Hello, everybody. Good evening. Oh, it takes me a second to pop up there, right? Still. Anyways, hello, everybody. Welcome to today's stream. We're going to be streaming tonight's Sketch Academy tour, as we have been the last handful of Sundays, aside from that one that we were actually playing D&D. Croc, you said that, you scared me for a second. Because I was just thinking, wait, I was playing Peak the other day. Does Twitch still say I'm playing Peak? Wait, no, they mean the tournament. I was like, oh god, the game's wrong. No, okay. Anyways. Yeah, we're going to be hosting this tournament tonight, as per usual. I'm going to, well, currently we still have 10 matches being played in round 1. Had to kind of stop and make sure people were settled in. We had about 3 or 4 different team sheet errors within the first 10 minutes. So, I had to deal with that a little bit. Alright, what's going on right now? I mean, unless they've just not reported any score. Oh, okay. So they just finished. Alright, so we do have a game featuring Super Dialga, who just followed. So, you know, slight biases on this stuff, as per usual. We're gonna... First and foremost, I'm going to put up the thing that blocks the room code. This is, oh yeah, you 1-0? Yeah, I saw. I'm planning on streaming the next round of it. I'm just kind of maneuvering things over in that direction. Just getting started here. Oh, nice. Rid of that again, and get in and start spectating a round 1 match between Shadow and Super Dialga. Just getting everything started tonight, so partially wasn't expecting to actually stream any matches this round, but hey, we drop in halfway through like usual. It's fine. We got the Venusaur coming out, shiny, on top of that. It will resist the Volt Switch, but still gets it off. Not completely immune. Which will bring out the Frostlass. Alright. That is going to be an Electro Shot from the Arcaludon, charging up in the rain and getting its first shot off. Is that going into the Gambit? Nope, it's going into the Frostlass slot. Oof. Oh, that Frostlass did not like that. Issue popping up. Zardy is really good as a judge. I keep moving my head over to check match issues as judge calls go in, and Zardy is already there dealing with it. Or he gets there as I finish typing my first sentence. What are these? It's nice having somebody else helping. Oh. I see the no freeze. Ooh. Nope, no freeze so far, thankfully. And that will finish off the Mega Frost Blast. Oh yeah, thick, fat, saving Venusaur always. That's what the Mega is for, ladies and gentlemen. Not quite the usual Mega Venusaur team that I have seen kicking around. I've seen a tail room, or a sun room, I guess, variant of a Mega Venusaur team floating around where he has 2 weaknesses. Yeah, no, it's got a couple more than that usually, but Thick Fat removes a couple of them. So, quite defensively, it's very good. And that's round 1 being taken by Super Dialga. Well, I know that I meant the round 1 match in total. I know that was game 2. Don't worry, I can see the score. Oh. I see. Oh, yeah. Okay. And on that note, we're gonna pull up, because this is how we do here. Yeah, I know. It's because it still showed it as you guys were in the middle of a battle. So I was like, are you jumping? Am I reading things wrong? Are you guys playing another game? But then it realized that it just hadn't kicked you guys out yet, so. Anyways, let's bring up Super Dialga's team. Dang, why do I have a ping? Oh. Had somebody asking about the tour because I posted somewhere that it was happening. Anyways, yeah, the newer standard Sableye, Roselli Berry for the Resist, Prankster, Encore, Disable, Rain Dance, Will-O-Wisp. Okay. Archaludon is literally a legendary. I mean, it definitely can be. Still kinda sucks that it lost Body Press, but it don't need it. It really don't need it. Yeah, base stats of 600, yeah. But, yeah, no AV makes it a bit sad. No Body Press makes it a bit sad. But yeah. But we're gonna have AV come back, though. AV will happen, eventually. Just not immediately. Why do we have... Keep getting... Yeah, okay, that's still happening. Okay. I was just looking, one of the match things is still red for a judge request. Anyways, for the Archaludon, we got Flash Cannon, Protect, Electroshock, Dragon Pulse. Seems pretty straightforward, pretty standard. The Focus Sash on the Gambit. Iron Head, Sucker Punch, Low Kick, Protect. I guess you were getting KO'd a few too many times by random fighting moves. The Choice Scarf, Baskia Legion, Flip Turn, Aqua Jet, Wave Crash, and Last Respects. Yeah, no Kowtow is a little risky, but you got a little more spread on that. It's not like you're running Black Glasses, So you're going for Iron Head as the secondary coverage stab. I also like to run Iron Head, but that usually just comes as my set being Kowtow, Iron Head, Sucker Punch, Protect. But low kick, I understand. Yeah, Gambit would be a nuke. I think a lot of Pokemon would just be nukes in this format if they had a 5th move. Pelipper with Citrus Berry, Tailwind, Weather Ball, Hurricane, and Wide Guard. Yep, that's pretty standard Pelipper set from the look of it. That Sableye we've already discussed. The priority Rain Dance just in case you're dealing with the Weather Wars. Yeah. Yeah. Pelipper also wants that 5th move. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, the Sableye having the Rain Dance at priority. Same reason I have 100% run Sunny Day on Whimsicott on a Mega Charizard team. Yeah, it's just nice to have that second way to get your weather back that doesn't require swapping out and in one of your Pokemon again. And you've got the Mega Venusaur. With Protect, Giga Drain, Earth Power, Sludge Bomb. And the bonus point of that one is if you are losing the Weather War to a Sun team, you just don't Mega the Venusaur and you let it outspeed things and just start slapping at the opponent's Pokemon. Most of the Mega Venusaurs I've seen are on, like, Sunroom teams. And more often than not, they've just been running that for if they want to go fast mode, they don't Mega the Venusaur. If they want to go Trick Room, they Mega it because it slows it down. Lets the Venusaur exist in both modes if needed. It works out pretty well from what I've seen. Yeah, this team is bulkier than your opponents would like. Yeah. Feel that. Yeah. I feel that. I was never big on Psy-Spam running Hard Trick Room. Like, I usually had it as an option. But, I find myself not really using it in most scenarios. Someone needs a mod in I see the match issue, but I know that's needs a mod in the Discord. Hang on. I saw a match issue pop up, but it's been being dealt with by Zardy so far. Hold up. There's something going on? Okay, so it wasn't a judge issue. It was just somebody asking a question of how to proceed. Hang on, everybody. Just kind of dealing with this. This issue always comes up, like, every single tournament. It'd be so awesome if Among Us got added in Rig M. Yeah. I kind of miss Among Us, but I understand. Yeah, if they were to add Among Us without adding safety goggles back in, that'd be a bloodbath. I mean, I still use Rage Powder, but I run it on my Sinistra. So, yeah, I miss both of the above. Indeedy especially. I'm still running Armor Rouge. So, your least two favorite Pokemon? Well, yeah, still. Okay, well. Just because that's bugging me looking at that red dot. Looks like Zardy fixed the issue but forgot to unclick the judge request. Throat Spray, yeah. Throat Spray would have been great. Especially with all the Hyper Voice and round play happening right now. Played Hatterene once, so you don't really hate it. Well, you know. I haven't run Hatterene all that much. I usually, I run Armor Rouge. I feel like, in most cases on a hard Trick Room team, Armor Rouge and Hatterene effectively fill the same niche. Just slightly different depending on team comp. Yeah, Pixelate Sylveon with Throat Spray is a menace. But it wouldn't be that much of a menace if we had any good steel types to use outside of Archeludon. All the Hyper Voice spammers are weak to either Sneasler or Gambit, yeah. I don't think it would be that rough at this moment in time. Mainly because a lot of the issues, a lot of Sylveon's counters are also counters to Mega Floette, so those are everywhere. But yeah, we're just waiting on two remaining matches happening right now. One of them is... Okay, we got that one, which I know was delayed for a couple of reasons. And we have these guys in the last slot of the tournament. Yeah, both of the two remaining matches are currently in Game 3. They're both 1-1. Oh, one of them just finished. Excellent. Hopefully the other one finishes shortly and we can move on to round 2. Also, just to say, Loaded Dice would probably... Yeah. loaded dice would go crazy right now. Not just that, but oh boy, the population bomb spam out of the mouseholds. Mousehold was the first team you built a good team, first Pokemon you built a good team around. Yeah, I understand. It's one of the only real, like, redirect Pokemon right now, so... Yeah, Pop Bomb is, Population Bomb's good when it lands. But yeah, I've seen Mousehold around a fair amount. So, it's good. It's just got to find the right team around it. Yeah, so it's just those last two down there still playing. What teams are they playing? Is one of those a heavy stall team, maybe? That is a Alolan Ninetales, Gengar, Sneasler, King Gambit, Incineroar, and Dragonite. On the one side of that. So, maybe. Alolan Ninetales with the Aurora Veil. This tournament being on Mother's Day is a bit dividing. I mean, I get it. Well, the other team on the other side of this current match going on is a Noivern, Mudsdale, Lucario, Weavile, Frostlass, and Primarina. Yeah. I'm assuming between it being Mother's Day and a regional having happened this weekend, that's why we're kind of less people than usual. But I'm okay running a smaller, slightly smaller than usual one tonight. All my Mother's Day stuff I had to do was earlier today, so... Went out for lunch with people, had with family, but yeah, went out for lunch with family, hung out at the in-laws' place for a while. It's a decent day. Got home about an hour before this started and kind of started scrambling to make sure everything was together for it. You know, the usual. Yeah, it was pretty nice. Quite enjoyed. Everyone else seems pretty happy. Also, everybody still exhausted from yesterday also because we had to kind of wrangle a bunch of children because it was my daughter's birthday party with her friends yesterday, so we were all doing that yesterday. Yeah, this last match is taking forever. Yeah, busy weekend. Yeah, like I said, this match is, from the look of it, we have an a Alolan Ninetales and Mega Gengar team going on one side of it. And the other side is like a weird team that I don't really recognize what it does outside of a Mudsdale potentially just racking up stamina boosts. If this guy wins, I may actually have to go into his match next just to see what the heck this team does. Because I feel like so far from what I'm looking at, that's the team where I look at it and most go, what? But yeah, busy weekend. That's my secret, Super Dialga. I'm always busy. Work full time, have a wife and a 9-year-old, so I got family stuff to deal with. I try and stream 4 nights a week. Doesn't always happen. But I got about 4. Oh, I was about to say they have about 4.5 minutes to finish the match, but apparently they just did. So, hey, Leafeon, how you doing? We're gonna kick off the next round in a second. Anyways. Yep. Gonna kick off round 2. There we go. We have one more round this round than we did the first round. Love latecomers. Gotta respect people who show up to a tournament and decide, yeah, I'm running late. I'll start 0-1. That's fine. I can handle it. All right. Well, let's take a look. What are the round 2 pairings? Okay. So, hey, remember when I said I might want to step in on that one guy's match in round 2 if he wins his round 1? Because I was curious as to what that team does. So he won his match. I feel like that's where I'm going, because also his opponent is Carney, and I know Carney's good. So that's a pretty good match to spectate, I'd say. Go. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and correct the text at the top while we're waiting for them to do Pokemon Select. It's not round 3. I meant to hit 2 there. Short enough name that I can put both their Limitless handle. Nerd 13 versus Carney is the match. Hang on one second. I'm just correcting the thing before I... Here we go. Let's show the screen. I was very interested in Nerd 13 or Bell's team with the Mudsdale. So that's where I immediately went, since they're 1-0. We got the Mudsdale and Lucario facing down the Palafin and Rotom on the other side. It's a Heat Rotom, too. Don't think I've seen much Rotom outside of the water one. So this is definitely an interesting team. Lucario goes for Protect. And the Rotom goes for Overheat. Yep, Lucario, they called it. But here comes the flip turn into the Mudsdale, which will take it and tank it. Taking that defense boost right off the bat as the Palafin swaps out. Gonna come back later in its hero form. But we're bringing out the Frostlass. But we have an Earthquake from the Mudsdale. That's not going to affect the Rotom or the thing, but it will hit the Frostlass and do about half of its HP. Oh, your opponent's taking a bit to check in? Okay. Oh. We have the Frostlass going for the Mega Evolution right off the bat here. Bringing in the Snow and immediately protecting, assuming that Lucario is going to go to finish it off, which that's exactly what we tried to do. And the Rotom is going to hit the Overheat button directly into Lucario, taking the OHKO. Yeah, the Frostlass is expecting the Bullet Punch to try and KO it 100%. And then the Body Press from the Mudsdale going into the Rotom. Not doing that much. Rotom is incredibly tanky, as always. But with the Lucario down, who are we bringing in? Oh, alright. Bell brings in their own Frostlass. They're going to be this Mega Evolution as well. I don't see another real option on Bell's team, so this is probably a Mega Frostlass. Oh, Carney is withdrawing their Rotom, and they're switching back into their Palafin. Yep, Bell's Frostlass will also Mega Evolve with Mega Frostlass. The Mudsdale goes for a Protect. Alright, have a good match, Dialga. And the Frostlass, yep, Carney's Frostlass goes for the Blizzard. Won't do a huge amount to the other Mega Frostlass and is protected. And Bell's Frostlass is going for the Shadow Ball to finish off their opponent's Mega Frostlass. Alright, 3-3 match. One player's got their Mega down. The Rotom is coming back out. Feels like the Mudsdale isn't really doing a huge amount in this matchup. I mean, the Mudsdale does kind of check the King Gambit and the Garchomp, so I guess that's why it's here. The Jet Punch going into the Mudsdale, which will survive, taking another stamina boost, eating its Citrus Berry to regain some of that HP. And the Overheat will go into the Frostlass. The Rotom outspeeding the Frostlass. I'm not 100% on the speed tiers there, but I feel like Mega Frostlass should have been faster. But the Body Press going into the Rotom will pick up the KO. And the Garchomp comes out, as well as the Primarina. Okay. We got Ground-type, Water-type on both sides. It's interesting. And the only problem is the Mudsdale is a little low on HP, and that Jet Punch does threaten it a little bit. So the defense boost might save it from getting KO'd by it this time. It'll be close. But the Garchomp could also do... Oh, we got Protect for the Palafin. And the Garchomp will use Earthquake. Shouldn't do that much to the Mudsdale. The Primarina will take half of its HP in damage. But will get off the Moonblast. Picking up the OHKO into the Garchomp. Not a great position for Kearney to be in at this moment. Down to just the Palafin right now. Palafin can almost certainly KO the Mudsdale, but I don't know if it can KO the Primarina. But I'm not sure the Primarina can KO it immediately either. Okay, so we're protecting the Primarina. And there's that Jet Punch. I feel like that was a misplay on Bell's side. I know they're probably trying to get a little bit of extra HP going from the leftovers, but that was your opportunity to do some damage. I don't think there was anything they were doing except hitting the Jet Punch into the Mudsdale there. I'm not sure anything that Primarina can do will actively KO the Palafin in one turn. Would have been nice to... Oh, that's close combat, which will be resisted by the Fairy typing. Taking a lowering to the defense that might come back to bite it. Oh, never mind. It's White Herb Palafin. Okay. Primarina going for the Moonblast, which does a sizable amount of damage. Yes, the only question is, can the Palafin pick up the KO? Because if it can't, that Moonblast will almost certainly finish it off. And just barely, but that close combat does manage to KO the Primarina, giving Kearney the round 1 victory. Well, the game 1 victory. You know what I mean. Alright, everybody, we're going into game 2. Carney's leading 1-0 at this point. What do we figure that Bell's going to do to adjust? It was a very close game 1, but now both sides have some information on how the other plays. It's all going to matter. Will Bell adapt properly to the situation? Will Carney change up the way they did that? So I feel like I'd usually go, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but that was a super close end game to that last game. So, entirely possible Carney changes things up a little bit to try and make up for bad moves made last time. Looking at Bell's team, so there's almost no world where Bell brings the Neuver in here, right? Like, there's a little too much threat from the Frostlass on the other side. You won game 1? Excellent. Alright, we're going into game 2 here. Alright, this time Carney is starting with the Frostlass and the Rotom instead of starting with Palafin. And Bell has adjusted with Weavile and Primarina up front. Weavile threatens Frostlass a little bit here, and Primarina threatens the Rotom, so... But that kind of goes both ways. Rotom is being swapped out for the King Gambit. And Frostlass will go for the Protect. It is a knockoff going into the Frostlass slot. Will be protected. And Hyper Voice from the Primarina, which won't... That did a lot more to the King Gambit than I was expecting it to. I won't lie. King Gambit resisting the water type move there a little bit. Or I think so. I think Steel resists water, right? I don't know. I wasn't paying full attention to that. I feel like Steel resists both water and grass. That's how I remember things anyway. The Frostlass will be withdrawn because it's under threat from that Weavile. And they'll bring out the Whimsicott in its place. Whimsicott will take the knockoff, which will get rid of its Focus Sash. Not that it mattered anymore after that hit. And the Gambit will go for the Iron Head to KO the Weavile, making this game a little safer for the Frostlass. But we got the Moonblast going into the Whimsicott, which does not quite pick up the KO. But we know all the Pokemon that Carney brought to this game now. And Bell bringing out their Frostlass as well. That Gambit still kind of threatens it. So, I'm not sure about that. Even if it tries a Blizzard, I feel like a Sucker Punch from a King Gambit is not going to be very nice to a Mega Frostlass. We have the Snow. Whimsicott takes its turn to put up the Tailwind. And the Kowtow Cleave going into the picking up the KO. I was worried about the Sucker Punch. They just straight up went for a Kowtow. But we will drop the Hyper Voice, which will KO the Whimsicott, but not quite manage to pick up the KO into King Gambit. Which means Bell is left with their last two Pokemon. And, well, Carney's pretty safe here with King Gambit, and whichever one of their last two Pokemon they choose to swap in. The Frostlass is no longer under threat from the Weavile, but we're bringing out the Rotom to play it safe. And the last Pokemon in the back is the Mudsdale. The King Gambit's not going to like that, but the King Gambit's already basically down. The Rotom is going to be immune to all of its ground attacks, and it doesn't quite have the boost yet to get off a decent body press. That is a Volt Switch going into Primarina, taking out half of its HP in that one hit. Swap the Rotom for the Frostlass now that we know what's in the back. And its potential body press. Yep, there's the Kowtow Cleave going to take out... Gonna take out the Primarina. And yep, that is a body press, but it's going into the King Gambit to finish it off. Rotom comes back out onto the field, and now it's Rotom and Frostlass versus this. Ooh, it's not a great position for that Mudsdale at all. Can't do a lot of damage at all to the Rotom, and yeah, it's not. I don't remember it being that specially bulky to resist the Frostlass. The Rotom will use Trick on the Mudsdale, switching its items, giving it a Choice Scarf, and locking it into whatever move it's about to use, but it might not get a chance. Ooh! The Blizzard failing to pick up the KO, leaving it with 2 HP. Giving it a chance to use an Earthquake, which isn't going to touch the Rotom, but it's probably all it has that can damage the Frostlass, but it's not anywhere near enough. And now that it's locked into Earthquake, not going to be able to do anything against the Rotom. Carden's got this one in the bag. Frostlass uses Protect. And Rotom goes for an Overheat, but it misses. But the Earthquake isn't going to touch anything this turn. Respect for Bell, who's obviously chosen to play this out, rather than just forfeiting and taking the loss. There's that Blizzard going into the Mudsdale, picking up the KO. And ending this round 2-0 for Carney. That was a pretty good match. I do feel a little bad. I wanted to check out Bella's team. That's the major reason I spectated this match. It's just a little unfortunate that I feel like the Mudsdale didn't really get to do anything in that matchup. So, don't know if that was just a bad matchup for Bell, but you won? Alright. This is what we like to hear, man. Carney picked up the win on this end of things. Going to match. Just pulling up Carney's team sheet now. We're gonna pull up Carney's winning team. Alright. So, on Carney's team, we have the Mega Frostlass. We saw them play very effectively in that game. Blizzard, Shadow Ball, Protect, and Aurora Veil. Okay. The Aurora Veil didn't come into play at all that whole game. Not that Carney really needed it. They weren't really trying to prevent KOs. They just weren't worried about a lot of things. The Heat Rotom. Grease Lightning, thank you for the follow. The Heat Rotom with the Choice Scarf and Trick to be able to swap that Choice Scarf onto its Aurora Veil Frostlass is a fraud. I mean, I understand why you would want it on that Pokemon. I just agree. I would rather be clicking literally any other button. Frostlass doesn't seem frail enough. So Frostlass doesn't seem tanky enough to merit that, and not just hit the attack button when it has the chance. Especially wasting your Mega to do it. But yeah, we have the Choice Scarf Trick Rotom to swap the Choice Scarf onto its opponent's Pokemon and lock it into whatever attack it's using. We saw it use it against the Mudsdale there to lock it into Earthquake. Aside from that, Overheat, Volt Switch, and Electro Web. Just because it's got the Choice Scarf on it half the time, so it's got to be able to make use of whatever it's spamming. The Focus Sash, Whimsicott, Tailwind, Encore, Moonblast, and Fake Tears. I understand completely. Fake Tears, Whimsicott. I miss those days. That's some old tech right there. Especially good to do that sitting next to Frostlass. Just Fake Tears the enemy target, drop their special defense by 2 stages, and just hit him with Blizzard or Shadow Ball. Good way to KO basically anything. The King Gambit with black glasses, the Kowtow, Cleave, Sucker Punch, and Iron Head for coverage. Yeah, that's my set. That's how I run King Gambit. I understand. I had previously been using Sword Stance in place of Iron Head, but I never found myself clicking it, so I just went for the coverage move instead. Garchomp with Soft Sand. Okay. Soft Sand, Rough Skin, Garchomp. Dragon Claw, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Protect. That's a pretty standard Garchomp, except obviously leaning more into the Earthquake. I've usually seen Dragon Fang more than anything. Sometimes Bright Powder. But that still makes absolute sense to me. He missed a Draco and lost to Speed Tie to lose Game 1 and then got crit Game 2, but it wasn't enough. Just gotta channel Wolfie for a second here. But it wasn't enough! I would have yelled that louder, but I do have neighbors, and it is 10:15 at night. And the wife is trying to sleep in the next room. You were up against a Wolfie team? Oh, yeah, okay, that's fair. Anyways, last mon on Carney's team, we have the Palafin with White Herb, which I wasn't expecting when it went off. But yeah, that thing was started spamming close combat, and yeah, I understand. But yeah, rocking the Jet Punch, Flip Turn, Close Combat, and Protect is a fun little set with the White Herb in there, resetting its stats a bit. Helps it out, makes it immune, makes it, well, gives it a turn that it doesn't have to care about Intimidate. That Palafin isn't the funniest White Herb in the tour. Oh? Oh? I'm interested. What else do we got here? I haven't had a chance to go over all of the teams in detail yet. Oh, your team? Oh, okay. Okay, well, now I'm interested. Of course, my wireless mouse has turned itself off, so I can't do anything at the moment. Yeah, no Electro Shot on Arcaludon feels interesting. Okay, I really need to look this up now. Are Caledons at the fullest potential with White Herb? Oh. Alright. Standings. What do we got? Alright, let's take a look at this. I've got it rolled up now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the White Herb. Okay, yeah, White Herb Draco Meteor. Makes sense to me. Yeah. Flash Cannon. You decided to roll with Aura Sphere for coverage for something instead of the usual Electro Shot. Alright. Yeah. Now, I understand. That does look like a neat set. Not something I probably would have thought of immediately, but definitely looks like an interesting set to run. Knowing you, you have a specific purpose for that Aura Sphere. Anyways. How are we doing right now in the tournament? We got 22 minutes left in this round. 3 matches remaining being played. Now back out of this room. 3 matches remaining being played. We have currently... Okay, we have... Skeleton and versus Anti in game 3. I mean, you're right. You're right. Like, the minute I see the fighting coverage move on anything, I'm immediately assuming that that's there for, that's there specifically for, King Gambit and T-Tar. But... Arcaludon versus T-Tar is also funny, because you're also getting the defense boost from its sand, and then you just smack it with an Aura Sphere. And neither of those two showed up, so that's good to know. We have EV Heights versus BGT Miller and X Scissor versus Shen. Neither of the people who kept us waiting last round are involved at all in the 3 remaining matches right now, so that's good news. I guess. A bunch of these guys, yeah, that guy never showed up. Even though he literally just joined the tournament late. And we've got this one, which... Oh, there. What? Okay. Well, they didn't bother... Okay. That's a weird one. Not even gonna question that right now. I'm just gonna make this public service announcement for anyone playing a Limitless Tour. If you forget to check in to your match and click the button for the 10-minute timer, you can call a judge and have them reset it so you can play. You don't need to take the loss. You would be amazed how many people are in the middle of playing game 1, realize they forgot to check in, and the site has declared them losing the match because of it, And then they just kind of go, it is what it is, I guess I lose this one. And no one calls a judge. Just because I'm staring at a match that happened in this time around, where dude apparently went, I'll just take the loss and drop by. If Gambit is your best friend for your teams and the bane of this team's existence at the same time, yeah. Yeah. I feel that. King Gambit's like the bane of my existence also. But only because the speed tier for Gambit is so weird versus a Trick Room team. Like, I've run Trick Room Gambit before. I know it's usable in Trick Room. Without IVs, random King Gambits just be underspeeding my Trick Room sweepers. I don't like it. That's why the Torkoal's there. That's why the Torkoal's there. So that I can just sit there and go, are you going to try? So I'm going to win that speed. I'm going to win that speed contest. The Gambit ain't living in an eruption or a heat wave. Torkoal is funnier when the power level is larger. Yeah. Yeah. You want to try? Nah, eruption. Exactly, Joe. Exactly. Like, I sit there with my Armarouge and my Sinistra, and I just go, okay, so you have two things that are going to happen here, Gambit. My usual leads don't like you, because you're just going to hurt them. But in the back, I have a Torkoal. Yeah, in the back, I have a Torkoal and a Mega Crabominable that has Mach Punch. So you gave someone at con nightmares from Terrifier, Charcoal, Helping Hand, Eruption in the Sun. Yeah, no, Joe, that was literally me at the last, 3 Toronto regionals. It's like Terrifier, Charcoal, Helping Hand, except for that one time it was Choice Specs Torkoal. But every time, just watch people go white in the face, realizing just how much damage output that has and how everything they thought would live it doesn't. Same, Joe. Same. It was a crit. But it did it. Yeah, no, Specs Torkoal, because you just kind of lock into Eruption and just go nuts. And then if, that's not going to work out, you swap it. My only problem was the games where I was up against a Heatran on the other side, and I had to lock into Earth Power instead. Your Torkoal was the Helping Hand to the Eruption Mon at Pittsburgh. Yeah, I do that too. My current... You missed the Joe Gart team? Yeah. No, I remember that. The Hisuian Typhlosion, the Jumpluff. That was a great team. I love it. I think my favorite thing I have ever done with a Torkoal, which, I feel it's my favorite, both my favorite thing I have ever done with Torkoal, and also something I feel very bad about because it was versus a friend in round 4 of locals. They were running. I don't know if any usually online goes by Yoshi and Lugia, Fiona. if anybody knows who that is. I was playing against her at locals. She was running a, back earlier Scarlet and Violet, she was running a Dondozo, Tatsugiri, and Glamora team. You've played against her? Alright, yeah. Now, she's a local. I've driven her to locals and regionals a bunch. Yeah, same. Yeah, we're both Toronto locals, or, I mean, technically she's not in Toronto, but she's in the immediate surrounding area. But all of our locals are in said immediate surrounding area, and not many in the middle of the city. So. But yeah, we were playing. She was running a Dondozo team. I was running my usual Indeedee Armor Rouge. Oh, you're in Markham? Alright. Yeah, I'm in Toronto. Not quite Etobicoke, Old City of York area. We're talking about Yoshi and Lugia. Fiona, I'm gonna butcher her last name if I try, so I'm not going to. Local. We have this thing where we've realized every single time that I am her ride to any tournament, we end up playing each other in like the first couple rounds. It's just every single time it has happened. We just get paired into each other almost immediately. Every time. Yeah. Like, when you're going into a tournament, you don't want to face the homies, right? You'd rather you all, like, go separately up and keep winning, and not have one of you lose out to the other. But yeah, no, she was running a Dondozo team. Yeah, you want to face them in the finals, not early on where one of you is gonna knock the other out of contention. Yeah, they were running a Dondozo team. First round, we're playing. Things are going the way I usually like it. My Torkoal does a huge amount of damage with Eruption, takes out the Dondozo. I win the first game. Fiona looks a little miffed by the thing, and I'm just like, okay, well, we're gonna move on into Game 2, and Game 2 basically proceeded exactly the same as Game 1, like, exact same Pokemon on both sides, down to the move, everything the exact same, and I was thoroughly confused for a few minutes as to why she was playing that the exact same way and hadn't, like, adapted to my team a little more. And then we got to the point where the Torkoal KO'd the Dondozo previously. I hit the Eruption button. Things proceeded exactly the same. Eruption KOs the Dondozo. And then I see the words on my screen, it was a critical hit. And I realized the reason she looked so upset the first game, and the reason that she played Game 2 the exact same way, is because that Eruption had also crit in Game 1, and I hadn't noticed. So she was sitting there playing that game in what should have usually been a can't possibly lose this state, but got crit in the exact same spot by the exact same move 2 games in a row. And I was sitting there like, I didn't even see that Game 1. I played this entire game assuming that just KO'd. And thus I walked into that exchange with full confidence that my Torkoal was just gonna take out that Dondozo. And sure enough, it did. But not for the reason I thought it was going to. It's just unlucky. Yeah, that is just super unlucky on her part. But, you know, there were a couple glitches in Scarlet and Violet, like, early on, where you could, like, in certain situations, you could, like, guarantee an OHKO move would hit. Just based on the way that certain things happened. Like, you could RNG manipulation the game early in, here and there. So I feel like the fact that that happened the exact same 2 games in a row means that I did something to accidentally RNG manipulate that. And just increase the likelihood of a crit. I just didn't know. Alright, well, the last game of this round it's still in game 3. They have 7 minutes 50 seconds to finish up that game. Who? X, Scissor, and Shadow. Okay, what are we looking at on that team? Actually, I should be pulling that up on the... Yeah, what are we looking at on this? Okay, so one of the 2 on that team is running pretty standard Archaludon, Sneasler, Basculegion, Pelipper, Dragonite, and Scizor as an alternate Mega, and the other guy is Frostlass, Incineroar, Gambit, Washrotom, Primarina, and Aerodactyl. Neither of these really looks like a stall team. Wonder what's delaying this. Did it just show us the final match? I mean, joining in at the tail end of Game 3 is not going to be terribly interesting. But let's see, what's going on? Is there any... No, nothing. Okay. I was expecting to pop into that match chat and find out that... I was expecting to pop into the match chat and discover that they had been delayed, or they had been disconnecting, or something. Yeah, alright. Let's pop in, because we're done chatting for about most of the stuff there. Okay, hold up. Let's get this going. That. Spectate. See what's happening here. Okay, well, they're one Pokemon down on X Scissor's side. I'm gonna not bother to change the ticker at the top. But yeah, this is not anywhere close to done. What's going on here? They have 5 minutes to end this match. Okay, the Archaludon is getting swapped out for Basculegion. That's a Thunderbolt going into the Scizor, not going to be quite enough. Scizor is going to run the Sword Stance. Yeah, it's worth it to watch then. Because we're on a ticker here. It's 4 minutes, 50 seconds. That will pick up the KO on the Scizor. Take a little bit of damage from the Flare Blitz. Okay, the Mega Scizor and Pelipper are down on one side. It's down to Archaludon and Basculegion. Meanwhile, Shadow has all of their Pokemon. Four minutes remaining. It definitely looks like X Scizor is maybe not winning. I mean, that's entirely possible, Dialga. The problem with that sentiment, though, is that when it comes down to it, I can go into the match chat in Champions now and see what the final state was, and rule on whether that draw was actually a draw. The Rotom lives the Aura Sphere. Throat Chop will end the Bascule Legion, taking that down and bringing this down at 4-1. Also, the fact that I'm watching this now, I'm pretty aware. If this goes to timer, I'm pretty aware that that Scizor was in a losing position. Dragon Pulse better than Aura Sphere? I mean, maybe, but if you want the fighting type coverage for other things. Also, the Archaludon, I think that's a Scarf Archaludon, because it's locked itself into that, it looks like. But the Aura Sphere will pick up the KO on the Incineroar. Archaludon managing to heal up a little bit. And then it loses to Frostlass. Yeah. There it is. The already Mega'd Frostlass. Coming back out with the snow. It might not be Scarf. It might have just been because it wanted to hit the Incineroar that time, but... Rotom goes for the Thunderbolt, once again not doing a whole lot of damage. The Archaludon gets the stamina buff. And the Blizzard goes into it and picks up the KO into Archaludon, ending this match in favor of Shadow. And yep, there's the last match being reported on... There's that match being reported, which means we're going to go kick off round 3. Looked like it was a really close match, yeah. Alright, so we're going to get round 3 kicked off very short. Why do I have 4 Discord pings? Oh, you already... Okay. I see. I missed that whole conversation with Carney in the chat. Anyway, yeah, it took forever. That had to have been a really tight match. Pairing next round. Round 3 has now begun. We've got 11 matches going on now. Okay, so we've done that. I don't know who's pinging me in the background, but it's not related to the tournament, so I'm not going to focus on that for now. We've got... Well, Oh, okay. That looked like a thing for a second there. I think the best way to go with this would be to stream Croc's match, since Croc is currently 2-0. Croc's opponent hasn't checked in yet, so we've got a second. Pairings, yeah, we've got a bunch of good matches going on right now. But like the top 3 matches, the undefeated sets right now are Dialga versus Magnet Man. We did Dialga's match round 1. We haven't shown Croc yet, so that's where we're going with this one. Carney, I realized Carney was saying I was mispronouncing their name. like, in the Discord? I didn't think I was. I'm pretty sure I was saying it Carney. I don't know. I am Canadian. My accent may have kicked in and changed up that pronunciation once or twice. We are going to join the room and get rid of the thing in the way. Hit that spectate button. One day I will automate the changing of these things better, but for now... yeah, just the one. We will do that, and the opponent is... Alright, we'll just call him Pardo. Pardo is fine. Alright! We got King Gambit and Weavile on Pardo's side. Meanwhile, on Croc's side of things, we got the Whimsicott and the Basque Legion kicking things off. Alright, we got the Mega Floette getting swapped in for the Basque Legion right now. Our Shard from the Weavile going into the Whimsicott, not quite managing to do anything there. Whimsicott will bring up the Tailwind. And that is a Kowtow Cleave going into the Floette, but it does resist, so it's not going to do that much damage. Still, that would have KO'd the Basque Legion, so... pretty safe swap in. King Gambit going back to bring out the Charizard. We will see the Mega Evolution from the Floette. Bringing in the Fairy Aura. Whimsicott will go for the Protect, probably assume it waiting for the Ice Shard a second time around. Nope, but Floette will get the Dazzling Gleam off to finish off the Weavile. Not going to do a huge amount to Charizard, resisting with its Fire type. But the Weavile is no longer on the field, threatening the Whimsicott. And that will be a Basque Legion on Pardo's side. We're going to see a Mega Charizard here. Yep. Mega Charizard Y setting up the Sun. With the Tailwind, Whimsicott is faster. Launching a Moonblast into the Basque Legion, going to do about a little over half of its HP. And Floette's going to launch a Moonblast as well, taking the Basculegion down completely, not even going to mess with any of that flip turn, last respect stuff. Charizard will put out the Heat Wave, though, KOing the Whimsicott and doing a fair amount of damage to Floette, which is still standing. Leaving the... Oh, but it will burn the Floette. That's unfortunate. Not that it's going to hurt the damage output, but the damage tick is probably not going to help. Though, I think basically anything can KO the Floette at this point. Especially with the King Gambit coming back out. We have the Hisuian Arcanine coming in with the Intimidate, a little unfortunately with that Gambit on the other side. I lost game 1 to Floette. Yeah. The Gambit now sitting on a +1 attack because of Defiant. You will see the double protect, though. Arcanine goes for the Flare Blitz to try and KO the Gambit. Not going to manage, and the Moonblast will be protected as well. Yeah, Light of Ruin is a thing. The Tailwind has petered out, stalled it out with the double protect. Floette taking an extra little bit of damage from that burn at the end of the turn, putting it in easy KO range. A Sucker Punch from a +1 Gambit. Oh, it's going for the Arcanine instead of the Floette. Okay. I figured the Sucker Punch might KO the Floette before it could do anything, but here we are. Arcanine going for the Flare Blitz, going to pick up the KO into the King Gambit. Charizard outspeeds, I think, in this scenario. Yep. Charizard outspeeds with the Solar Beam. Aiming it at the Arcanine. Yep. Wanting to get rid of the Arcanine. I guess the Rock attack is probably threatening the Charizard more than the Floette at this point. But that Moonblast is still going to hit like a truck. Burn. Alright. Pardo has forfeited the round. Yeah. Brock has another Pokemon in the back. Floette's going to be able to do a fair amount of damage. Charizard's probably not surviving that much longer. Well, that will make this game 1-0 for Croc or Jamie, depending on which name you're staring at. Update the score accordingly. Here. Score has been updated. But yeah, as usual, Croc's team is pretty interesting. Very similar to what they were running last time, but now we got the white herb Arcaludon. Which, little disappointed it didn't come out in that last round. But yeah, you know what? Yeah, if it doesn't work for this matchup, it doesn't work for this matchup, right? Alright, well, we got a couple of rounds going on in the back that have finished exactly at the 40-minute timer, which means that's probably a couple of no-shows. We got Weavile and Floette coming out on the one side. Oh, there's the Arcaludon. Asking you will receive, I guess. Whimsicott and Arcaludon starting the match. You know, last time the Weavile went for the Ice Shard onto the Whimsicott right up front to try and stop it from getting off the Tailwind. But it did not KO when it did that, so I think the Tailwind is pretty safe nonetheless. We will see Pardo's Floette Mega Evolve. Charizard didn't exactly do that good the last time for them, so they probably swapped over. Archaludon will start off with the Protect. Weavile goes for the Fake Out instead of Ice Shard this time to stop Whimsicott from doing anything. And the Floette goes for the Moonblast into the Archaludon, which protected, so back to score one here. Weavile going for the Ice Shard, not quite gonna KO. Whimsicott gets the Tailwind off, speeding up Croc's team, and Archaludon goes for the Flash Cannon into the Mega Floette, doing a little over half of its HP, but not quite enough. It does get the special defense drop, though. And that's a Light of Ruin, going right into the Archaludon, which will survive on 1 HP because of its Sturdy ability. And it'll KO itself because of the Light of Ruin. Cardo brings out their King Gambit now. The Sucker Punch definitely threatening to KO the Archaludon. The Ice Shard threatening to KO the Whimsicott on the other side as well. Cardo maybe looking to pick up the double priority KOs here. Archaludon will use Protect. And the Weavile will go for the Ice Shard to KO the Whimsicott. Well, with Whimsicott down, Croc gets a nice safe swap into whatever Pokemon they want. Yep, the Sucker Punch fails because of the Protect. And that's going to be the Mega Floette on Croc's side. The Archaludon is not looking great. It's definitely at risk of being KO'd by literally anything. There's priority moves on both enemy Pokemon. But the swap out might not be safe into whatever's in the back, so this might just be maybe an attempt at double Protect to try and stall out something here. But might just be sacking the Archaludon. King Gambit goes for the Sucker Punch into Archaludon. Archaludon taking that on the chin for the KO. And Floette going for the Dazzling Gleam, which knocks Weavile down to its Focus Sash. Yeah, it's Focus Sash. Gambit takes a fair amount of damage as well. And Weavile goes for the Icicle Crash now into the Floette, doing about half of its HP. The Arcanine coming out to threaten the King Gambit while also giving it a +1 because it's Defiant. Croc's down to their last two Pokemon. Meanwhile, Cardo's got 3. That is going to be an extreme speed to wipe out the Weavile at priority, stop it from doing anything. The Gambit does go for the Sucker Punch, which will not KO because of the Resist. And Floette's going for that single target Dazzling Gleam to pick up the KO into King Gambit. Oh, you lost? Oh well. That's okay. That's okay, Dialga. It's round 3, you're 2-1. You're still in a good position here. Alright, it's now down to Croc's Mega Floette and Arcanine versus the Basculegion. The Last Respects is kind of terrifying here in this case, if it's rocking it. What do we got? Floette going for the Protect, expecting the attempt to KO it. But Basculation goes for the last respects into the Arcanine slot. That hurts. Yeah, I think that's a... Yep, that is a forfeit from Croc. Needed to call that one correctly to win, and unfortunately, not how that went. Yep. Croc. Hit the spectate button in there, and we will update the score. 1-1. Alright. How will Croc adapt to that? Cardo seemed to have figured out how to bring things back against Croc there. Let's see how this goes. Alright. Cardo going to start with the Charizard and the Garchomp. Whereas we're going to kick off on Croc's side with the Arcanine and the Whimsicott. Immediately taking down the Garchomp's attack stat a little bit. We know from the last time the Charizard definitely doesn't like staring at the Hisuian Arcanine. The potential rock move coming out of that could hurt quite a bit. And with the Garchomp's attack lowered, are they going to leave it in? No, Arcanine's going to go for the turn 1 Protect. Probably worried about not outspeeding things. Charizard will also blow its Protect this turn. Whimsicott going for the Tailwind to speed things up. And the Garchomp is going to go for an Earthquake to try and KO the Arcanine before it can do anything to the Charizard. But the Arcanine hit Protect, so we're really only hitting the Whimsicott, which isn't going to do a whole lot of damage. But with that Tailwind up, the Arcanine more than likely outspeeds the Garchomp. Whimsicott goes for that Moonblast right into the Garchomp, doing just a little over half, almost 2/3. Getting a special attack drop, not that it matters. And that is a Rock Slide from the Hisuian Arcanine, easily KOing the Charizard, knocking Garchomp down a little further. Note that the Charizard didn't even bother to try Mega Evolving there. That Earthquake, even at -1, will pick up the KO into Arcanine with ×4 effectiveness. Whimsicott taking a little more damage there. Now we have a heavily damaged Garchomp staring down whatever Croc has in the back. And this time, no Arcanine left to give the King Gambit a Defiant boost. Though, you know, never count that out with Moonblast in play. The number of times that I've had a Moonblast get proc the special defense down just to have the Defiant Pokemon on the other side get a boost from it, that it's a higher chance than I'd like. But 3 Pokemon each on their sides. The Floette is going to Mega Evolve. The fact that the Charizard didn't bother to Mega Evolve makes me wonder if maybe the Mega Floette is hiding in the back of Cardo's team. The Garchomp will go for the Protect this turn. But Whimsicott's going for the Moonblast into the King Gambit, taking out almost half HP, not quite. And the Dazzling Gleam, suspecting the Protect, will come out and dish fair amount of damage, not quite picking up the KO. And that will be a Kowtow Cleave into the Floette. But that Resist is going to make it do only about 50 damage. tight match. We will see the Sucker Punch go out onto the Whimsicott. Not quite doing enough. That Whimsicott is going to launch a Moonblast directly into the Garchomp slot, picking up the KO before Garchomp can do anything. I'm assuming this is then a Moonblast going directly into the... Oh, it's another single target Dazzling Gleam. Not even going to chance the stat drop. And that means the Tailwind is gone. We've only got the Basculegion. If that's a Scarf Basculegion, I'm not even sure if Floette outspeeds it in Tailwind. We will see the Protect, and Whimsicott will try to set up the Tailwind anyways. Basculegion will go for the last respects directly into Floette, which is protected. They were hoping for that KO, and the minute it didn't happen, they forfeited because they know they're not in a good spot anymore.
Victory was never in doubt.
Indeed. You outspeed Scarf Basculegion? Okay. I knew you'd know. But I wasn't sure, because I'm not, I know Basculegion's pretty fast regardless, so I'm never sure if the Scarf one just matches up. But as long as you've done the calculation on that, you know going into it, all the opportunity to make the right choice. Base 78 speed? Alright. Basque is actually very slow for Scarfmon. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm just also very used to seeing it on rain teams. Sometimes running the Swift Swim. But, yeah, well, I don't know if we want to watch the last match just yet. I am going to pull up, officially pull up Croc's team on stream this time around. I had it in the background. I wasn't showing it the last time. We'll show Croc's team. We only have one match remaining going on. They have 26 minutes. Who's playing right now? And Benji didn't show up to that one. I think there might be a couple people I have to remove. Who didn't show up to that match? Smagolum. And the person that just defeated you? Yeah. So we got that. So the match still going is Sabo and Seguda. Okay. Alright, so we have, for Croc's team, we have the Eternal Flower Floette, the Mega Floette going, Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, Calm Mind. If you are a Floette truther, it is the strongest Mega in the game, you're just not at your level of using it. I mean... Alright, we've got that. We've seen the Floette from Croc last week. We already know. The Whimsicott, the Focus Sash, Tailwind, Moonblast, Encore, Protect. Good set for the Whimsicott. We already know. The Hisuian Arcanine, I think, is new to the team. I don't remember seeing that come out last week. Citrus Berry, Rock Slide, Flare Blitz, and Extreme Speed and Protect. Okay. Pretty good. We got the 2 stabs, the Extreme Speed for... Oh, you replaced Garchomp with it. Okay, understandable. I was like, I don't remember fully, but I know that's new. I don't remember that at all last week. I mean, it's working out for you. It definitely hard-countered the Charizard. Your opponent, Cardo, was playing around you something fierce with that. The Basculegion, we have the Choice Scarf Basculegion, and Big Kamo got replaced by Archaludon. also kind of understandable. As fun as it was watching Komodo do stuff last week, I understand. Archaludon is just really good. And if it helps you shore up your matchups, then it is what it is. Basculesion with the adaptability, Wave Crash, Last Respects, Aqua Jet, and Flip Turn. It's a really strong Pokemon. It easily gets slotted into basically any team. And White Herb is funny. Yeah. The King Gambit with the black glasses, Kowtow, Sucker Punch, Iron Head, Protect. Like I keep saying, that's the King Gambit set that I run, so I get it. I really do. I see the low kick for the mirror matches, but you know the double dark move, Iron Head Protect just feels right. And then we got the Archaludon, the White Herb Archaludon with Sturdy that we saw proc a couple times there. The Aura Sphere, the Draco Meteor, the Flash Cannon, and Protect. The Draco Meteor proccing the White Herb, letting it get 2 of those off at full power. And the Aura Sphere to just meme on the King Gambit. Good looking team. Obviously really solid, because clearly it's doing really well for you. It's like, you played a version of it last week, you got to finals, you've replaced 2 of your Mons with something else, helped shore up your matchups, and now you're running 3-0. Obviously, the team is doing wonders for you. Yeah, sad. Oh, it wasn't fun. Oh, right, wasn't? Right. Right, you got hacks in top 4. Right. I forgot. That match was so solid, it just got embedded in my mind as finals. But yeah, let me just check. There are 2 players here that I do have to remove from the tournament. It is Sluggle and Benji. Both of them were missed. Both of them were no-shows round 2 and round 3, so they're out. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove them. Gonna go ahead and drop them from the tournament so they don't keep getting matched up into people who now get a free buy. The Aerodactyl Zard loss made you go crazy in finding it. Yeah. I mean, I understand. Hisuian Arcanine kind of fills that similar slot to Incineroar, while also giving you a really strong Pokemon that can deal with Charizard and King Gambit to an extent. So, it makes sense to me. And then the Archaludon shoring up your, once again, having a way to deal with the King Gambit, while also just launching a bunch of damage into Mega Aerodactyl. You thought this version needed polishing. It turns out you just needed to play on an alt that was lower ELO on XP to create your general. Yeah, no, if you're running it on ladder online, sometimes you just need to run low ladder, because that's what you're going to run into a lot. I mean, high ELO ladder is great for prepping for regionals, because you're going to face those people. But, you know, trying to think about how you would deal with somebody at high ELO, early on in a tournament is maybe not not the greatest thing, because now you have like all these newer players who are just gonna hit buttons. High elo, good for practice. Low elo, good for testing. Yeah. Just gotta see how good, well-rounded your team is to deal with some bullshit. Can't get to higher rounds of a tournament if you don't manage to beat the guy with the random-ass team in the lower brackets. And we've got... that last game is currently in Game 3. Let me see. Well, we're gonna see how they're doing since we've got all of that done. Yep. That's the code. Yes, I would like to join their room. Gonna spectate their game 3. Let me just remove that from screen. Alright, once again, I'm not gonna bother to change the ticker at the top. This is gonna be over fairly soon, probably. Guta is currently down quite a bit of HP. King Gambit is burned. Weavile has 1 HP remaining. But they do have one last Pokemon in the back. Who's running Furfro and Mega Aggron on ladder? Jeez, man. Furfro? Mega Aggron I get. But Furfro is an interesting pick. King Gambit goes for the Sucker Punch, but it fails. But we do have a knockoff from the Weavile. Hitting the Earthworm. That Earthworm's going for the Body Press. Yeah, it's probably not ending well. Chople Barrier, no. Yeah. So obviously, is this a parting shot from the Incineroar? It won you games? Okay. As long as it's working, I ain't questioning it. Alright, that's why the Sucker Punch failed. It was going for the parting shot. Dropping Weavile's stats. But we are going to see the Charizard come out. But not a Mega Charizard. It's been out, it's at half HP. It's not Mega, though. Down to 2 Pokemon each. Both of them have a Pokemon that's severely weakened. Alright, here we go. Switch in? No. Both of them are 2 each, so there's no switch-ins here. It might have been a swap-in and then it left again immediately, but... anyways, the Incineroar goes down to that. And now, Charizard's going to go for the Weather Ball into the Earthworm. That is probably going to pick up the KO. Certainly is. That makes that a win for Sabo, who's going to take that round. Alright. Well, now we know how that Earthworm survived this. Nah. The Steel type is not surviving, though, the Weather Ball. No heat resistance. Oh. Well. Your R2 opponent is now 1-2. Oh. Well, I mean, So long as you win another game, or you just stay undefeated the whole time, you're fine. Your resistance doesn't matter. You're going undefeated currently. Your resistance doesn't matter that much. You're fine. Anyways, we are going to go ahead and end the round. Pair into round 4. Matchups are now up on Limitless. Event announcements. I'm just going to announce the start of the round quickly before round 4 is now officially kicked off. What do we have for matchups? We have Alt Kyle versus Carney, which is interesting, but we have already shown a Carney match. We just showed Croc in the last round. Dialga is currently the next match down. We just showed Sabo. We also have, at the 2-1 table, currently we have Code Beast versus Eevee Heights, which haven't really shown either of those players yet, so I feel like that's just the safe option for this round. Go down to the 2-1 table. We have a code. Both players have checked in. Good luck to both. Good luck to everybody involved right now. Random appearance from... Okay. Yeah. I popped into the room, so I mentioned in the chat, hey guys, I'm gonna be streaming this match this round. Good luck to both of you. And Code was like, oh. Oh, you got a bad matchup this round? Aw, it sucks. Alright, we've got... Alrighty. So, we are going to get the sheet off the screen. We're going to correct the score really quickly. Round 4. Code Beast versus Alright. Alright, Dialga, you got this. Don't worry. Trust. The bad matchup means nothing. You just gotta play around it. If you know enough to know that it's a bad matchup, you know enough to know how to play around it. You just gotta run it. Alright, we're still in team select right now for game 1. Both players are kind of slowly running out of time here on team select. Oh, there we go. 4 seconds left. They picked out what they want to do. All right. Code Beast, who's got the Tyranitar Admirer thing, and is not running it right now. All right, we got Pelipper Basculegion on one side, and Aerodactyl and Sneasler on the other. You know, it's weird. I haven't seen a single Sneasler all night in any of the streamed matches. So, glad to be going back to basics. We got a potentially Mega Aerodactyl and Sneasler combo here. Meanwhile, we got a Rain Basculegion. Wonder, are we running Swift Swim or adaptability on this one? Only one way to find out. Okay, we got the fake out going into the Pelipper, not gonna let it do anything. Rock Slide going off, not quite managing to pick up the KO into the Pelipper. Basculegion barely taking any damage, but it will flinch the Basculegion, meaning both of EV Hype Pokemon got flinched turn 1. Ooh. The fake out was probably to stop the wide guard from going off, because I guarantee you that was probably what was happening there. Didn't want them to stop the Rock Slide. Pelipper will go for the wide guard this turn, so that definitely was the reason for the fake out last time. Aerodactyl is going to go for the Tailwind this time, obviously expecting the wide guard. And that will be a Dire Claw to finish off the Pelipper. Probably focus firing the Pelipper because the Charizard's in the back. Ooh. That is a one-shot flip turn. I mean, it is in the rain, and if it's an adaptability, that makes sense, I guess. But that will KO the Sneasler, and potentially just give us a safe switch-in for the Mega Charizard to come out and set up the sun and override the rain. We do see Meganium coming out in place of the downed in place of the Basculegion that just swapped out. And now, what are we bringing out? Basculegion immediately coming back out on the opposing side, resetting its Choice Scarf probably. And we have a Floette instead of the Charizard. Alright. I figured the focus fire on the Pelipper was to get rid of the rain setter so you would be uncontested, but if this is a Mega Floette, then this is a Mega Floette. You have the Tailwind going on Code Beast's side. Alright, Code Beast is going to Mega Evolve the Floette into the Mega Floette. And we do see the Mega Meganium happening on the opposite side, not caring about the rain very much because of its ability, which will threaten Aerodactyl a little bit, but it is going for the Protect this turn. Aerodactyl will go for the dual Wing Beat to try and KO it before it could do anything. And Floette uses the Dazzling Gleam, which will be protected on the Meganium side, but will not quite pick up the KO into the Basculegion, which will flip turn the Aerodactyl, dropping it down to 1 HP because of its Focus Sash. And returning it back to swap it out for the last Pokemon in the back on Eevee Height's side, which is the Archaludon. This is a pretty good match. Both trainers are choosing very carefully. Archaludon will hit Protect this turn. But that is the dual Wing Beat coming out from the Aerodactyl, knocking Meganium down just a little below half of its HP. And Floette will go for the Light of Ruin against the Archaludon, not managing to pick up any damage there. The Meganium will go for a Dazzling Gleam, though, and picking up the KO into Aerodactyl and doing a fair amount more to the Floette than I would have expected that to do. Which means the last Pokemon coming in on Toad's side is the Sinistcha. Healing up the Floette a little bit. We do have the Sinistcha, which is more of a support mon, trying to back up Floette against 3 heavy-duty sweepers. That Tailwind and the rain, the Tailwind and the rain are only lasting for one more turn here. Meganium will protect this turn. And Floette will go for that Light of Ruin directly into the Archaludon, which will pick up the OHKO. That does damage Floette quite a bit because of the recoil. And Sinistcha will use Life Dew to try and heal up its partner a little bit. But that means this game is now 2-2. With the Basculegion coming back out to the field. Without the Tailwind, Floette might not be able to, might not outspeed anymore. But the Basculegion... I guess my question here is... Ooh, and Meganium is threatening the Floette here too. But Sinistcha could just Matcha Gotcha and KO the Basculegion as well, if Floette can outspeed. Which I don't think it does without the Tailwind. Yep, Sinistcha goes for the Rage Powder to redirect any incoming attacks from the Basculegion. That is a last respect that will probably... Yep, that'll KO the Sinistcha entirely. But Sinistcha has protected the Floette, which will go for the Dazzling Gleam, KOing both enemy Pokemon. Mega Floette digs your grave. Oof. That will be a Game 1 victory for Code Beast. Code Beast picking up that Game 1 victory. We're going into Game 2. Alrighty. How will Eevee Heights adapt to that game? Will they change up their leads? Try a different set of Pokemon coming out? Sinistra supporting the Mega Floette ended up being the end of that for them. That's the end of my tea. Anyways. Oh well, Dialga. You're 2-2 now. You're still in range. Like, if you win your next round, you still have a good chance of making it into top 8. Just kinda gotta pray you don't run into another Mega Floette. Obviously your team's not, doesn't really have a counter that's working out for you. Alright. We're running this. We're starting off with Pelipper and our Caludon on the one side, and King Gambit, Sneasler on the other. Okay. Both players changing up one of their 2 leads. The King Gambit and the Arcaludon this time. Will the fake out target be the Arcaludon this time, because they're not worried about the Pelipper's wide guard this time? Sneasler also threatens the Arcaludon pretty hard right now with close combat. Yep. We will see a fake out into the Pelipper again, preventing it from moving this turn. Our Caludon will go next, charging up the Electro Shot. Looks like it's being targeted into the King Gambit right now. Gambit's going to take that on the chin for a little over half of its HP, and go for a Kowtow Cleave into the Pelipper, not quite managing to pick up the KO. Now that Pelipper can't safely attack without being worried about a Sucker Punch. I do appreciate the code's Sneasler is called Slots, because you're gambling with Dire Claw for status ailments. That seems to be the only nicknamed Pokemon, because there are some that just have their regular names. The Arcaludon will protect, and the Pelipper will swap out for Meganium. King Gambit will also protect this turn. Is this going to be an attempt for the close combat? Yes, but it was targeting the Pelipper. Yeah, okay, so it's still pretty safe. I was wondering why you would waste that on the Pelipper when you could have KO'd it with a Dire Claw, which honestly would have probably done more damage to Meganium. But, no, I guess it's decently safe because you've got the White Herb to set off the Unburden as well, to make sure you're faster now. That Mega Meganium's not looking very hot right now. We don't have Tailwind up on Code Beast's side this time around, but still, Speed Tier's still a little iffy. And Mega Meganium is coming out. But that is a Sucker Punch going into it from the King Gambit, which does not manage to KO. And a close combat going directly into the Archaludon will OHKO it. But Meganium gets to get a shot off, and it is a Dazzling Gleam, which will not pick up the KO, but it hurts both Pokemon quite a bit. Alright, the Basculegion is also coming out now. Code's only shown their first two Pokemon, whereas we now know every Pokemon on Eevee Height's side. Code's got the information advantage here, as well as the Pokemon advantage currently. Meganium goes for the Protect to try and prevent itself from being KO'd. There is no Tailwind. That Basculegion, well, that Basculegion's going first anyway with that Aqua Jet. Sneasler will go for the Dire Claw into the Meganium, but it does protect that, so we're not going to see that KO right now. But that will bring in Sinistcha. Hospitality boosting up the Sneasler's HP. That Aqua Jet from the Basculegion is kind of threatening into the Sneasler. Although we already know that Sinistcha blocked that, tried to block the Basculegion with a Rage Powder last game. Depending on what the last Pokemon in the back for Code Beast is, it's probably the Mega Floette or the Charizard. Either way. He did, like, immediately target down the Pelipper again, so... There's an Aqua Jet that will pick up the KO. No Rage Powder out of the Sinistcha this time. And that is a Weather Ball, which is a Fire-type move right now, which is also going to pick up the KO in the Sinistcha. You hate Corv Sand? Oh. Yeah, Corviknight and Sand is rough. I feel like that the better play there would have been the Rage Powder to redirect that so you can at least get Sneasler to KO the Meganium, but now it is Floette against the world. Mega Floette against the world with no Tailwind. Setting the rain back up again. Will Mega Evolve into Mega Floette. Pretty sure it threatens to KO both of these with a Dazzling Gleam right now. Meganium will go for the Protect. And that is in fact a Dazzling Gleam out of the Mega Floette. KOing the Pelipper. And the Basculegion comes back out. This is a bit of a rough moment for Code Beast. I'm not sure. Without Tailwind, I don't think it outspeeds the Basculegion. Yeah, the Basculegion launches the Wave Crash, taking the OHKO into the Floette, tying this matchup 1-1. Eevee Heights tying it up. We're going to Game 3. Just still a little surprised that we didn't see the Rage Powder out of the Sinistcha that one round. I feel like that would have saved the Sneasler. and potentially taken out the Meganium before it became a big issue. But here we are in Game 3. This is one of only 2 matches remaining right now. The other one being Joe the Phoenix versus Shadow. No, I'm incorrect on that. There's one match that we had a no-show. I was wondering, I recognized the name, and I was wondering if they had no-showed a previous round, but no, they've been playing it out up to this point, just no-showed for round 4. Alright, well. Oh, this is officially the last match remaining for this round. And we're on Game 3. Alright, we're starting off with Raichu and Bastion Legion on EV Heights side. And we're going back to the round 1 Aerodactyl Sneasler combo on Code Beast side. I guess Code Beast decided that the way they led that last game just wasn't it. And went back to basics that won them Game 1. We got the Bastion Legion and the Raichu. The Raichu is interesting. Pretty sure Raichu has fake out pressure here as well. But is mainly there as a lightning rod, probably to try and deal with the Archaludon that Kobe started with last time. We will see the Pelipper get swapped in for the Raichu. Aerodactyl going for the turn 1 protect because of the fake out pressure. And yeah, we're going for the double protect. Bastion Legion will go for the Aqua Jet into Aerodactyl. Will not pick it up. Corviknight Sand is rough. Especially that thing sits there, iron defenses, and then just body presses your team out of existence. I say not having looked at the team sheet you're talking about, but I'm just kind of assuming. Bastion Legion goes for the Aqua Jet to OHKO with a crit. Oh. Crit Aqua Jet into the Sneasler, hitting the OHKO. And Aerodactyl will go for the Rock Slide, doing a lot of damage to the Pelipper, but not quite KOing it. Bastion Legion not taking a whole lot, but the Pelipper will be flinched by that and not be able to move. With no Tailwind, that Aqua Jet is rough in the ring, especially when it crits. Oh my goodness. And no Hospitality boost with that Sinistcha coming in, because Aerodactyl's still at full HP. Unfortunate that the Sneasler took the OHKO like that. I don't know if that would have KO'd without the crit, but... Alright, the Pelipper is getting switched out in favor of the Raichu. We will see the Rage Powder from the Sinistcha to block the Aqua Jet this time. And the Aqua Jet going to the Sinistcha, not doing a whole lot at all. The Aerodactyl going for the Tailwind to try and get its speed advantage ready to go, because that did end up screwing over Code Beast last time, not having that. I'm assuming both of them just have their Mega in the back. Like the in the back currently is probably the Floette and the Meganium on both, respectively here. Basculege's getting swapped out for the Meganium. Aerodactyl will protect. We're going to see a Matcha Gotcha from the Sinistcha, doing a fair amount of damage to Raichu, actually. Probably aiming to try and KO the Basculegion with it. And we will see an Electro Web out of the Raichu just for some speed control. Only going to drop the Sinistcha's speed, though. EV Heights is once again kind of giving up the information advantage, but it's pretty clear at this point Toadbeast probably is rocking the Mega Floette in the back. Yep, Mega Meganium is coming out. No reason not to. Gonna guess that's probably a Weather Ball aimed at the, oh no, going for a Protect this turn. Aerodactyl will go for the Rock Slide. Raichu dodges it, though, and launches another Electro Web, which Aerodactyl just straight up avoids. Hitting Sinistcha once again, dropping its speed a little further. Sinistcha will go for the Matcha Gotcha once again. Raichu not taking quite as much damage from it this time. The rain is gone, though the Pelipper is still in the back. And without the Sneasler, the Meganium gets to do a lot uncontested here. The Raichu feels like it's more to counter Arcaludon and other electric types against Basculegion and Pelipper. It's coming out in pretty clutch for speed control here. Sinistcha going to go for the Protect this turn. Aerodactyl going for the dual Wing Beat into the Meganium, dropping it down to 39 HP. That will be another Electro Web from the Raichu, which will hit the Aerodactyl this time, doing a fair amount of damage, dropping its speed. And this will be a Dazzling Gleam from the Mega Meganium, picking up the KO into the Aerodactyl. Well, EV Heights is now 4-2 in this game. Toadbeast. No, okay. Toadbeast didn't bring his Mega at all this game. He brought the King Gambit in the back. Okay. Not sure how much help that's going to be in this current scenario, but we can try. Coming down to the end of this, feels like the Meganium will protect to see what's going on. The King Gambit does Sucker Punch the Meganium, but it fails. That is a Volt Switch from the Raichu, doing a little bit of chip damage to the King Gambit, and swapping out to either the Basculegion or the Pelipper. Could go either way, it's probably the Pelipper. Might be the Basculegion just to rock the last respects, but EV Heights doesn't seem to like to lead the Basculegion without it raining, so it's probably a Swift Swim Basculegion. Or at very least, they think that they need the damage boost to Wave Crash and Aqua Jet. Yep, that is a Matcha Gotcha coming out from the Sinistcha, which is probably going to do a fair amount to that Basket Legion. Does not KO, but it comes close. Kind of tops off the Sinistcha's health as well. Basket Legion is 100% in Sucker Punch range. But the King Gambit's definitely in Weather Ball range also. This could go either way here. If he goes for the Sucker Punch into the Basket Legion may swap out into the Pelipper. And then that would leave him open to a Weather Ball. There's an Aqua Jet going into the King Gambit. Will not... Yep, it is a Sucker Punch into the Mega Meganium. Not quite picking up the KO like he was probably hoping it would. That Weather Ball is targeting the Sinistcha. Yep, the super effective Weather Ball right now. Going into that, gonna KO the Sinistcha right now. Leaving this a 4-on-1. It's not looking good for Code Beast. I would not be surprised if this is just a forfeit right here. Respect if he decides to play it out, but I wouldn't feel that. I wouldn't hold it against him if he forfeits here. King Gambit's probably not doing much here. The Sucker Punch is... Oh, yep. He needed to do something there. Instead, he's going to take the Weather Ball and take the KO, which gives that round to EV Heights. EV Heights picking up the win. That is the last remaining match of that round, too. So I don't really have time to discuss the team, because we're just moving on to the next round. But I will put it up on screen for the time being. We're going to get moving on to the next round. Alrighty, so we're going to end the round, pair round 5. This will be the final round of Swiss. Didn't quite have enough for the 6 rounds, or even the 7 rounds we had a couple weeks back. Gonna go ahead and announce round 5 in the Discord. All right, so who's our stream match for this one? Literally the top table, the undefeated table, is Alt Kyle and Magnet Man, neither of whom I have shown on stream yet. So that feels like that's where we're going. Okay, well, Magnet Man's asking to take a second to give him a moment to set up. That's fine. Okay, that's that. Gonna check all the 4 separate notifications I've got going here, because I've got a bunch of Discord pings that aren't part of the tournament, but let's double check. Alrighty. If I have a moment, we're gonna check things. Let's go. Oh, here we go. Room ID. We're going to take Evie Heights' team off of the screen, and we are going to spectate this match. Let's hope you're in the upper half if you lose. Yeah. It's always the hope, right? Alright, on one side of this we got Magnet Man, and the other side we have Alt Kyle, the Limitless Warrior themselves. Yeah. Let's hope you're in the upper half, yeah. I'm sure you will be. But yeah, on one side we've got, alright, Basculege and Arcaludon, and we've got, ooh, okay. We're swapping out for the Tyranitar. Makes sense. Get that boost from for the Excadrill. Not going to do a whole lot to that Basculegion. Basculegion's going for the flip turn. Gonna do a lot of damage to that T-Tar. Oh, it was also a critical hit, of course. Okay. We're swapping out for Pelipper. Yep. Bring in the Pelipper, get rid of the sand, makes perfect sense to me, and gives our Caludon the chance to use Electro Shot, but, that was targeted, this is being targeted into the T-Tar slot, no, yeah, maybe, yeah. It would have to be. No way you were targeting the Excadrill with that. Yeah, that T-Tar will just get dropped like a rock. And here comes the Floette. I'm assuming this is the Corviknight Sand team you guys were talking about the last little bit. Alright, we got the Mega Floette going off. Our Caludon is going to protect. But it's a Moonblast going into the Pelipper. Gonna drop that Pelipper to its Focus Sash. But they saw that coming. Excadrill is going to use Iron Head to take the KO. Well, both Weather Setters are down. But we still got the rain, so it's still Alt Kyle's advantage, especially with the Basculegion and the Arcaludon out. No Tailwind means that the Floette's probably slower than the Basculegion. Yeah, just rain affecting both sides, no Tailwind. Still going to be around for a couple more turns. Mega Floette goes for the Protect. But that's a flip turn going into Excadrill, which will, yeah, knock it down to its Focus Sash. Basculegion will swap out for the fourth Pokemon on the team that we haven't seen yet, which is Incineroar. Getting the Intimidate into the Excadrill slot. And that is, in fact, an Earthquake. But at -1, it's going to do about half of Incineroar's HP and a decent amount to Archaludon, while giving it a stamina buff. But Incineroar will eat that Citrus Berry and heal itself up a little bit. And that is going to be an Electro Shot, which means it'll get the boost, but that's targeting the Floette, which means that it gets a free boost. That Archaludon is now at +2 special attack. It's sitting pretty right now. I mean, if anybody was going to come out strong in this, it's going to be the Limitless Warrior himself, or old Kyle. Alright, the Mega Floette is getting swapped out for the Corviknight. Which, okay, it takes the Fake out, which is probably best case scenario, means Excadrill can still do its thing. Drop that Earthquake into the Incineroar, not going to pick up the KO on either of the above. Archaludon's rolling out another Electro Shot right into the Corviknight slot. Now at +3, this is almost certainly going to KO the Corviknight. Yeah, there it is. That Archaludon has done nothing but spam Electro Shot. I'm not sure why we swapped in the Corviknight. I appreciate the Mega Floette's probably slower than a lot of the things on the field at this point, but well, it's now 3 Pokemon to 2 in this round. Alt Kyle looks like they have a commanding lead, but both of their Pokemon currently out are severely weakened at the moment. That will be a Protect from the Mega Floette. That's a double Protect to try and wait out the rain. But Archaludon is also going to go for the Protect. That Flare Blitz is just going to hit the Protect as well. The Archaludon will get the double Protect, though. Triple Protect goes crazy. Yeah. The Incineroar is not going to like that very much, and will get KO'd. And the Rock Slide will not meet because it's being protected. That is the Basculegion coming back out. This game evened up 2 Pokemon each. The Excadrill's in prime, a prime target for an Aqua Jet right now. Will it protect and will it protect and let, oh no, it will not protect. And that last Respects is gonna hurt. But we got an Earthquake going off. Still at -8, negative attack power because of the Incineroar earlier. And that will be an Aura Sphere to finish off the Excadrill. Picking up a game 1 win for Alt Kyle. that. Alright, we're going into game 2. Currently, 10 minutes into the round, we have one match that seems to have completed. It's Scissor versus Darkrai. Darkrai did not show up for their match once again. That means they are being kicked out in advance of Top Cut. Alright, we're starting out with the Incineroar and the Scizor on one side, and Floette and Rotom on the other. Okay. Scizor being commonly used as a Floette counter recently. Okay. The Floette's not concerning itself with the Scizor at present. That is the Mega Scizor coming out on Alt Kyle's side. Incineroar goes for the Fake Out into the Rotom. Critical hit on the Fake Out. That is a Light of Ruin going into the Mega Scizor. Does not KO. Only does about half damage. Oh, but it... Oh, the Scizor's going for the, Scizor's going for the Swords Dance to get that boost. Technician, Bullet Punch with +2 attack goes nuts here. Floette does go for the Protect, fully expecting the Bullet Punch, but Scizor also goes for the Protect this turn. There's a Hydro Pump coming out of the Rotom, but Scizor will protect itself, and a Parting Shot from the Incineroar to lower the special attack of the Rotom. Swap Incineroar out for the Archaludon. No rain, so it's not like so the Electro Shot's a little more of a risky thing, but we're looking double Steel types staring down to Mega Floette. So that Floette doesn't want. Yep, the Floette does not want to be on the field right now. Swapping out for the T-Tar, who notably is also weak to Steel. So yeah, that +2 Bullet Punch with Technician. Oh, it's not Technician anymore. It's Mega Scizor, but that +2 Bullet Punch goes nuts. Yep, Scizor will get knocked down with the Dragon Pulse to half of its HP, hitting the Citrus Berry, and will go for the Will-O-Wisp to burn the Scizor to reduce its damage output. Too little too late for the Tyranitar. But in comes the Excadrill to take advantage of that Sand boost. I'm not sure whether it's, not sure which of the two Sand boosting skills it is, Speed or Attack, but either way, it's getting the boost. Scizor is getting returned back for the Incineroar. Gonna drop the Intimidate onto the Excadrill to make sure the damage incoming isn't that good high. It will protect anyways. Archaludon will also go for the Protect this round. That will be a Will-O-Wisp from the Rotom into the Archaludon. Not really getting it because of the Protect. Excadrill will be going back. And the Floette will be returning to the field. Doesn't want to deal with the negative 1 to its attack. But the Incineroar will also get swapped out for Pelipper to just remove whatever weather advantage that Magnet Man had and go immediately for the Electro Shot. Special attack will go up, targeting the Rotom. Sure is. Rotom, that is neutral because the electric resists it, but... And that Hydro Pump is going to do a decent chunk into the Pelipper, but not anywhere near enough with the water resist. Compared to the Incineroar, which would have been absolutely demolished by that. Archaludon will go for the Protect again this turn. Which, yep, that is the Light of Ruin going into it. Pelipper will get the Tailwind up to try and make sure that Archaludon is faster than the Floette. And that will be a Thunderbolt into the Pelipper slot, taking the KO onto it. But they now have Tailwind, and I bet you anything that's the Scizor. Sure is! No longer with its +2 from the Swords Dance earlier. Mega Scizor is still in prime Bullet Punch territory for dealing with the Mega Floette. Rotom will hit Protect this turn, try and guard itself. Scizor goes for the Bullet Punch into the Floette. Not going to quite do that much damage with the burn. But we will go for the Electro Shot to get that second special attack boost. Now, Archaludon is kind of obnoxious a little bit. But that Electro Shot was going into the Rotom. Ooh, that's going to hurt. Yep. We know from earlier that does OHKO the Archaludon. However, the recoil will take out the Mega Floette, which means we're swapping back in the Excadrill just in time for the Incineroar to come back to the field. And just remove any hope of it doing enough damage. This is a 2-2, 2 Pokemon each. But I think Alt Kyle is in the better position here. Yeah, Incineroar doesn't like being across from the Rotom, but the Rotom is also not doing great right now. Like, that Fake Out alone could probably KO the Rotom. Are we going to see a Protect? Yep, we're going for the Protect again. And picking it up, the Fake Out will go and hit the Protect. And that will be a Bullet Punch. I was wondering if the Scizor was going to go for a cheeky Swords Dance there and predict it, but nope. But yeah, that Rotom Wash is in prime Bullet Punch range. And the Archaludon and the Excadrill with a -1 to its attack is ooh, nope. It does not it does not do enough damage. That is a Throat Chop from Incineroar, which means this is potentially. Yep, we're gonna go for the Earthquake. Almost picks up the KO into the Scizor, but it doesn't matter. The Burn will finish it off for it. That is a Hydro Pump going into the Incineroar, not quite picking up the KO either. But the rain stops, and that Burn will KO the Scizor. I don't think the Tailwind peters out. I don't know that Incineroar can finish this. I'm pretty sure that's game. Yep. Without the Tailwind, Excadrill is the fastest thing on the field, KOing. And that burn saved the Rotom big time. If it wasn't for that burn, that would have KO'd the Rotom, and the Scizor would have survived. That Will-O-Wisp burn was exactly what Magnet Man needed. Good call earlier on in the game, doing that. But that will take this game to 1-1. We're going to game 3. Alright. Both of these players are currently undefeated in this tournament. Going into... This is the final round of Swiss. Both of them are effectively guaranteed a place in the top 8 right now. But whichever wins this match will be the one to continue in undefeated. Starting Excadrill and Rotom on one side and Scizor Basculegion on the other. I don't know. This I would guess this is a swap out into the Pelipper in the Scizor slot, because you don't want to waste Scizor on this right now. And then you just go for the boosted attack on Basculegion. No, Scizor is going for the Protect. Okay. Seeing what happens. Basculegion will go for the flip turn into the Rotom instead of the super effect, instead of the attack into the Excadrill. Alright. We're going to be bringing in the Pelipper. Okay. Setting the rain up right now. We got a Rock Slide instead of an Earthquake, which is probably what they were predicting. Will chunk Pelipper down to half of its HP. And that is a Will-O-Wisp attempt from the Rotom going into the Scizor, but it will protect. Magnet Man correctly identifying that that burn was the reason for their victory in the last game, trying to repeat it by immediately Will-O-Wisping the Scizor. Pelipper immediately gets withdrawn. Basculegion will come back out immediately. The Scizor will see a swap out as well for the Archaludon. Rock Slide coming out, not doing anywhere near as much damage as it needs to on either Pokemon. Giving Archaludon a defense buff. And the Will-O-Wisp will go into the Archaludon this time, burning it. The burn will not affect the Archaludon quite as much as it did the Scizor. But it's still the chip damage. The chip damage also also did huge last time. Burn the fish to make fried fish. I mean, also that. Basculegion will go for the flip turn into the Rotom's Protect. Excadrill goes for the Rock Slide again, not quite picking up that much damage again, but it's hoping for a flinch. Nope, we will see the Electro Shot going into the Rotom slot for the Archaludon. Still picking up the special attack buff, even if it didn't land. Set the building on fire. Burn it down. Every other match is starting to finish up in the background. This is one of 2 remaining matches going on this round. The Excadrill will see the swap out into the Tyranitar. This Tyranitar has just gotten bullied repeatedly this entire game. It will be a flip turn into the Rotom slot. see, is Alt Kyle? Yep, Alt Kyle predicted the T-Tar swap in and immediately resets the rain. And this is another Electro Shot. The Archaludon now at +2 special attack. It's gonna blast that Rotom. Rotom will get KO'd by the Electro Shot. Archaludon taking a little bit of chip from the burn. That T-Tar is not liking this either. But we have... Now we've got the Floette coming in on Magnet Man's side. Yep, no burns for the rest of the set. The Rotom is out of commission. The Scizor is safe from being burned, which was the problem in Game 2. Which means Alt Kyle is in a very good position to win this now. I will say, I do believe Alt Kyle is one of the best players on Limitless overall. Definitely the most consistent. Ooh, we won't see any swap outs. We will see the Mega Floette. Archaludon goes for Protect because we know Floette can OHKO the Archaludon. We're probably looking at the Pelipper trying to get Tailwind up. But it won't be able to because the Dazzling Gleam will pick up the KO. Alt Kyle was probably hoping for the Light of Ruin there. Yeah, exactly. Alt Kyle was the number one for Limitless wins in 2025. They are regarded amongst all the Limitless organizers as the gatekeeper of invitationals. Because every time we do an invitational tournament, they show up to basically every qualifier and take a slot in every single qualifier to round down the number of participants in the invitational. To the point we've started just extending the invite to the next player down. That Aura Sphere is going to absolutely eviscerate the T-Tar. I don't think it even needed +2. And this is the last remaining match being played again. Oh, wow. 2 rounds in a row, I picked the longest running. Okay. I don't mind that. The Mega Floette tries to protect the second time in a row, but it fails. Which means the Floette's going to eat a Wave Crash, and that will be the KO. Will be an Earthquake out of the Excadrill, KOing the Basculegion, but not quite managing it against the Archaludon. Meaning we're about to see the Scizor come back out. But that Aura Sphere, knocking the Excadrill down to a single HP with its Focus Sash. Hey, GMAX Eevee, thank you for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Oh. And that is a forfeit with the win for Alt Kyle. I'm assuming you're, I'm gonna take a stab and assume that you are the, your Eevee Heights. I figured. I saw Eevee in the name, and I know you were streaming stuff as well. So, all right. Well, that means at the end of that match, Alt Kyle is going in undefeated into top 8. We've got a bunch of 3-2s. We got a lot of 3-2s and a bunch of 4-1s. 3-2s are going to be rough. Alright, but that is the end of that round. Before we go into top 8, I will pull up the team list for Alt Kyle mainly to block the room codes when I enter it for the top 8 match I'm going to be streaming. There we go. In that 2025 Limitless ranking, you came in 6th. I know! I remember. You did really good last year. Alrighty. So, that is going to be me starting top 8. Setting up next phase. That is the bracket started. We have pairings for top 8. Croc made it. We have Alt Kyles, Tiguta, Carney, Joe the Phoenix, Magnet Man, Super Dialga, Croc, and Cardox Echo. That's too bad. That's too bad, Eevee. You bubbled out. Yeah. I was looking at the number of 4-1s we had, and I was like, yeah, the 3-2s are going to be down to resistance. For the love of... Dialga. Apparently, one of our surviving 3-2s who made it into top 8 figured that they were eliminated and has dropped. That is unfortunate. I did ping them, and I know if you drop from top 8, if you drop but still make top 8, you can still play it. Doesn't matter. Oddly enough. Oh, your stream opponent, you were rematched? I wish. Unfortunately, Limitless doesn't let you set up like that. I don't think the check-in would have mattered at that. Like, if you hadn't checked in, you wouldn't have been able to report score in that last game. So, we have Super Dialga versus Magnet Man. Dialga is potentially not here. I may have to do that. Yeah, I was about to say, Super Dialga made it. But he dropped. Now, here's the thing. If he realizes and he looks at the thing, he can still come back in. I'm going to give him a minute to see if he, I mean, you're no longer in the tournament because you didn't make top 8. So technically you're out of the tournament at this moment, so... I think because they were 3-2, I think they assumed that the resistance wasn't good enough, so they went to bed. Yeah, we're gonna... I think that's what happened there. But anyways, I want to try and go to Carney versus Joe the Phoenix. They may have also run out of time as well, so that's unfortunate. I want to give them a minute. If they respond to the message in Discord, they might jump into their match anyways, but if not, I'm gonna give it to their opponent. Because yeah, they did drop. But I'm gonna spectate this match. Board. We're gonna hide this again. Oh, we are already somewhat started. Yeah, buying top 8 is wild. It happens a lot, though. You'd be surprised how many people who make top 8 suddenly decide that they either don't have time to play in it, or didn't think they were going to make top 8. And just left beforehand, even though they hadn't bothered to check the standings. It happens a lot, especially with the tournament running this late. Yeah, you made top 8 one time after dropping after round 5 or 6. Yeah, because you went undefeated before that. And ran out of time. And I didn't click, and I unfortunately forgot to click the button that said, hey, people who get dropped shouldn't be in the top 8. I don't like hitting that button because it messes with the standings after the fact. So, I try not to unless I know I need to. You were 4-1 and apparently your 4 wins and resistance was good enough. Yeah, it sure was. But yeah, we got... Oh. One match already completed. Oh. Did your opponent also no-show, or...? Ah, yep, your opponent just needed to check out for the night. And it wasn't my tour? Oh, okay. I know there's been a couple people who did that in our tour, so I was just like, oh, maybe that was you. But yeah, I'm gonna check this chat quick. Well, we got 2 buys going on in top 8. Yep. Yeah, yours and Super Dialga, who went to bed. I mean... Oh, well, that just means that Croc's gonna have to face Magnet Man again in top 4. Have fun with the with Sand Corf. Anyways, I haven't really been commentating this match because I've been trying to set up this, and these guys have moved. Why? But blame Dialga. Dialga wasn't there to gatekeep Corf Sand for you. Well, that is Joe D. Phoenix picking up that win very handily before I could even get things set up. We are going to round 2. Going to game 2 of this set. This is a betrayal. This is an absolute betrayal. How dare Dialga do this to you? Alright, we know they're going. Alt Kyle and Siguta are playing. So that's fine. Okay, no other buys. Got it. Excellent. Everybody else is here. Shouldn't TOs have to check and see if top players are playing before commencing? I mean, I try. Sometimes people mention it after I click the button, though. I double check, I go through. I make a point over the course of the tour of removing anybody who, I mean, I get that, yeah. Yeah, no. It definitely, as a tour with no prizing, I'm definitely a little more loose with the rules. When I do run a prizing tour, potentially at the end of June, don't quote me on that, it's probably going to be a thing, but we'll see. I will be a little more stringent with the rules and making sure that people who drop can't possibly be in the top 8. But, like, if I'm going through with top 8 and then somebody after the fact decides, hey, actually, I'm not playing, there's not a whole lot I can do about that. We have the flip turn going into the Whimsicott. Not going to do a huge amount of damage there. Switching it out. Okay, or if they need to leave, there needs to be a fill-in. The problem is, Limitless doesn't really allow... Yeah, at an IRL event, there's a lot more ability to just change things out. The problem is, Limitless does most of the pairing for you. And once the round is paired, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. Like, once Top Cut is paired on Limitless, you can't really swap someone else in. Yeah, nah, it doesn't really work that easily like that, and there's people who don't join the Discord, so it's hard to communicate to them like that. That Moonblast will pick up KO into the Pelipper. And the Mega Floette going for the Moonblast to KO the Whimsicott as well. Swapping in. We got Gambit on one side and Archelodon on the other. The Mega Floette definitely doesn't like that, but that's not great for the Mega Frostlass either. Yeah, Grease Lightning, the whole thing kind of comes down to Limitless has limits. And that we are kind of limited by the platform, but also the platform is kind of required because it is really hard to organize this stuff otherwise. Mega Floette will go for the Protect. And the Archelodon will go for the Electro Shot, yet not so limitedly. Use Battlefy. Battlefy has its own problems. It's not much better. Yeah, limits on... Limitless has limits? Lame. Right? There's a reason most of the competitive community swapped over to using Limitless instead of Battlefy. Battlefy has its own problems. Alright, Garchomp will go for the Rock Slide, not doing a whole lot into either of those Pokemon. Gambit goes for the Kowtow, Cleave into the Floette, not doing anywhere near enough because of that resist. And that's going to be a Dazzling Gleam, doing a lot of damage to the Garchomp, doing a fair chunk into King Gambit. That will flinch the Archelodon, though, from the Rock Slide. Both players have three Pokemon each at this moment. We know the Mega Frostlass is in the back for Carney. Joe sitting with the Basket Legion in the back, ready to go. You should meme enjoying with your Furfro team. I mean, you're welcome to. You've said it's done pretty good for you. But there's a strong difference between best of 1 and best of 3. Also a strong difference between online ladder and open team sheets. Another special attack boost with the Electro Shot, going for the King Gambit. Barely misses picking up the KO. That is an Iron Head going into the Mega Floette. Not gonna hit it because of the Protect. The Aurora Veil wore off, meaning they're not as tanky anymore. Yeah, that's a +2 currently on the special attack on that bridge. Gambit will go for the Protect, hoping to not get KO'd immediately here. Garchomp goes for the Earthquake to pick up some damage. Doesn't quite KO the Floette, but definitely puts it in Sucker Punch range. That will be a Dazzling Gleam, which I bet will KO the Garchomp. Sure does. And that Dragon Pulse will be protected. Trigger another little up from leftovers. Frost Blast comes out. Snow starting up again. The Floette's definitely in Sucker Punch range, but will they swap it for the Basket Legion to try and protect from that? Because if they do, and that's a Kowtow instead predicting it, then the Basket Legion is going to get... Okay. The Floette's going for the Protect. The Gambit goes for the Sucker Punch into the Archaludon. Not going to do a whole lot. And that is a Blizzard. Going to do a fair chunk of damage onto the Archaludon. Not enough to pick up the KO. We are going to see another Dragon Pulse into the King Gambit slot, picking up the KO there. Meaning that we currently have Frostlass versus 3 Pokemon on Joe's side. This is looking like game here. You use some random BS to win your game 1. That's the best kind of win. We got the Protect on the Archaludon this time, not wanting to get KO'd by the Blizzard. Blizzard will pick up the KO into the Floette, though. Which just leads to a safe swap-in for the Basket Legion. Which more than likely outspeeds the Mega Frostlass. Which will more than likely be the end of this game, because that's more than likely a last respects. Now powered up by the 2 Pokemon being down instead of just 1. Yeah, that's a last respect. That is definitely going to pick up the KO into the Frostlass, ending that game and winning the match 2-0 for Jody Phoenix. We have, that is going to be that match, that top 8 match. Currently, Alt Kyle is facing off against, is 1-0 against Siguda. There is Croc's match against Magnet Man currently in the middle of Game 2. But I feel like what we want to do here is wait it out, and we want to try and check out the other one, the Joe the Phoenix versus the winner of Overkill versus Sigura. Get that match from the beginning. Once it starts, anyway. But in the meantime, let's pull up Joe's team, because I don't think I featured that just yet. Alright, we have Joe D. Phoenix's team up on screen. Making his way up to top 4 with the Focus Sash, Pelipper, Hurricane, Tailwind, Protect, and Weather Ball. Makes perfectly reasonable, normal set. Arcalodon rocking Leftovers, Electroshot, Flash Cannon, Dragon Pulse. Sinistra with the Cassidberry. I assume is Fire Resist, I believe. With Machagacha, Life Dew, Trick Room, and Rage Powder. I understand completely. Like I usually say when I see that that's a pretty standard Sinistra set, I personally like to use Strength Sap over Life Dew, but that's just me and the way I run my team. Mega Floette rocking the Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast, Calm Mind. Very much similar to how Croc runs theirs. Basque Legion, Choice Scarf, Adaptability with Wave Crash, Last Respects, Aquajet, Flip Turn. Understandable. And Incineroar with the Citrus Berry, Throat Chop, Fake Out, Flare Blitz, and Parting Shot. All around, nothing terribly surprising on this team. Everything looks kind of like the more or less standard set. I don't see Throat Chop as often on Incineroar, but that's also still completely understandable. The old Incineroar tech running the Throat Chop to prevent the Hyper Voice spam, to prevent the round strategies that we've been seeing around. Primarina just gets completely shut down by it. Alright, we got 4 games completed now, which means Overkill versus Joe the Phoenix is starting off. So we're going to try and get in on that match. Go top 4 has begun. We're gonna see if we can get the code. Anyways, the final rundown on the on Joe the Phoenix's team. Realistically, just kind of comes down to not a terribly original team in any respect. Definitely a lot of stuff we've seen before. Nothing terribly groundbreaking, but realistically, it's a moment of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's a reason that all of these Pokemon are used this way. So, it's not necessarily it's not bad that it's, like, the way it is. It's just, you know, It is what it is because it's good. And this is now the top 4 match. The other top 4 match is currently ongoing between Croc and Magnet Man. That. Thank you guys for having your thing start in the same side as the last match. We have Incineroar and Floette on the one side and Archelodon Basculegion on the other. Both of these players have done some amazing plays in this tournament so far. So let's see how they do against each other. We do have the Mega Evolution from the Floette. Getting ready to start throwing hands. The Incineroar will fake out the Archelodon. Is that Basculegion? Yep, Basculegion is going for the flip turn into the Floette. Gonna swap out. And bring in the Scizor. The Mega Floette is now staring. Ooh, Mega Floette's getting in that Calm Mind. Boosting up its special attack and special defense. Archelodon has flinched, though. Now, the Scizor's not exactly happy to be across from the Incineroar right now. It will be going for the Mega Evolution, though. That will be a Moonblast from the Floette into the Archelodon, picking up the KO. That neutral damage is, but that is a close combat from the Scizor into the Incineroar, not picking up the KO, unfortunately. But chunking that thing quite a bit, triggering its Citrus Berry to heal back up. That is a Flare Blitz, though. Yeah, it's not looking great for Alt Kyle. Incineroar living a close combat. Yeah. Alt Kyle knows when he's beat. That was a bad start for him. The close combat not picking up the KO was super unfortunate for them. Jody Phoenix picks up the first game win. Yeah, should have flip turned the Incineroar. Yeah, if he had flip turned that and then turned around and gone for the close combat afterwards, that would have been a KO. I'm sure Alt Kyle knows. Alt Kyle was probably predicting something that didn't happen. I'm sure they understand better than most how they screwed up that round. And I will guarantee you, we're going to be looking at a very different set of leads for them in Game 2. But Joe also probably understands that. Alright, what are we going to see changed up this time around? Alright, we're starting with the Archelodon. We're starting Archelodon Floette again. This time, Alt Kyle is kicking it off with the Pelipper and the Archelodon themselves. No Incineroar start this time from Joe. And it's going to be a Dazzling Gleam from the Floette, dishing out a fair amount of damage. Oh, you're the go. Oh, you won. Excellent. We take those. We come back from those. We got the Electro Shot going off. Is that going to be the Pelipper slot? You need a minute to recharge? Understandable. Game 1 just went in this match. Too much random BS need to reset? Understandable. And you were throwing out the beat. That's the best kind of win. Sometimes when you know it's a bad matchup, you just gotta wing it. Sometimes those are the best matches. You let Arcanine into X control game 1. Wow. Now there's the Intimidate coming out. Mega Scizor hitting the field. The Floette not there because it doesn't want to deal with it. So we swap to the Incineroar. Not going to take a whole lot of damage from the Bullet Punch. But that is an Aura Sphere going into the other Archaludon. Not going to quite manage to KO it. And we have another Electro Shot, boosting that special attack. Is it going into the Scizor? Or is it going into the other Archaludon? It's going for the other Archaludon to pick up the KO. Meaning, once again, Joe has this down 4-2. But, slightly different positioning. Alt Kyle did go for the forfeit again the minute it got 4-2. They know better than most at that moment that they are not managing that. Joe D. Phoenix picks up that win 2-0 to defeat the Limitless Legend himself. Yeah, got out of hand quick. That was just that whole match in a nutshell. Got out of hand really quickly. Anyways, here's Joe the Phoenix's team sheet. Already all nice and up for you. Because, yeah, he won last game I was streaming, therefore he's still there. Anyways, that means that we're down to our final match. Joe the Phoenix versus Croc. Finals have begun. That is announced. Yep, here we go, Joe. You and Croc. Let's Like, I've watched you the last couple rounds. Like, you're doing insane right now. Okay. Good luck. Good luck, have fun. May the best Floette Arch team win. Oh yeah, you guys have a very similar teams, don't you? Oh yeah. I'm gonna tell you right now, you two are probably gonna be reversed on my display score-wise. But that's fine. We're gonna not worry about that because I don't feel like retyping Joe's name. I've already got his name up. I don't need to retype it. I don't care that it's reversed. I should remove that from the screen so y'all can see. Anyways, we're down to our finals match. Jody Phoenix versus Queer Crocodile. Oh, let's go. Alright, we got Whimsicott and Floette on one side and the Pelipper Archelodon on the other. Mega Floette coming out immediately. Whimsicott setting up the Tailwind for Floette, which is going to drop a Dazzling Gleam on the other side, chunking the heck out of Pelipper and dropping Archelodon down to half. The Pelipper is also going to set Tailwind, try and even the speed tiers a little bit. And we got an Electro Shot charging up. Is this targeting the Floette? Getting that special attack buff. Looks like it is. Yep, going into the Floette, taking it down to almost half. Both sides have the Tailwind going. Yep, Archelodon will go for a Protect this turn to stop itself from getting KO'd. Whimsicott, however, will go for the Moonblast to KO the Pelipper. Trying to make sure that that thing doesn't get to do anything for the rest of this game. And that is a Dazzling Gleam from the Floette just in case, which will not KO because of the Protect. And now, Jody Phoenix is bringing out their own Mega Floette. Both sides with Tailwind up. Is this going to be a Floette speed tie? Or does one of them have more speed investment than the other? Whimsicott will start off with the Moonblast, though, into the Floette, doing a little bit of damage, about a third of its HP, before... Alright, that was Crux. Mega Floette going first. before a Dazzling Gleam comes out from Joe's. That's 2 Pokemon down for Joe, bringing out the Basculegion now to support the Mega Floette. Meanwhile, Croc's side of things still rocking the same 2 leads from the beginning. Whimsicott will hit Protect this turn. Floette also just kind of stall it out. Yep, that is going to be the last respects going into the Whimsicott. A Dazzling Gleam out of the Floette. Both sides will lose out on their Tailwind because of that, giving Whimsicott the opportunity to reset it. And since that Basculegion is Choice Scarf, it's going to be locked into that last respect, so it can't Aqua Jet the Whimsicott to stop it from doing it. Joe's Floette is going to hit the Protect button. We're going to get a Tailwind. And as Croc said earlier, Croc knows that they outspeed the Basculegion. But the Dazzling Gleam is not going to pick up the KO, and that's going to be a last respect into the Floette, picking up that KO. But Croc's still sitting on 2 more Pokemon in the back, so they're in a very good position. Here comes the King Gambit. Now Croc's got speed advantage now because they're the only one with Tailwind active. And that is a forfeit from Joe. Realizing that they're in a rough position now with that Tailwind active. Croc will pick up Game 1. Now, Joe's version of this team has shown itself to be incredibly strong. But Croc's adaptation to this team has also been working out quite well for them. So alright, here we go for Game 2. Alright, we're starting off our Caledon Whimsicott this time. And we're just going straight Basculegion and Floette on the other side. Alright. Our Caledon going for the Protect. Whimsicott getting the Tailwind active early. That's a flip turn going into their Caledon, so it will not do the swap. And a Dazzling Gleam from the Mega Floette. Protect is not... does a lot of damage to the Whimsicott, but not enough to pick up a KO. And now Croc's got the speed advantage with the Tailwind up. Whimsicott will go for the Moonblast into the Mega Floette, doing a decent amount of damage. And the Archaludon will follow it up with a Flash Cannon, just barely failing the KO. That Flip Turn will go off, swapping out the Basculegion. Bringing in the Sinistcha to heal up the Floette a little bit. Not a whole lot, but that Dazzling Gleam will definitely KO the Whimsicott. Very close to KOing the Archaludon. Unfortunate. Brought Joe's Mega Floette down to 5 HP. Just to have it KO their Whimsicott, dish that much damage to the dish out that much damage to the Archaludon. But we now have Croc's Mega Floette on the field. The other Floette will protect. But Archaludon goes for the Draco Meteor into the Sinistcha, doing almost all of its HP in damage, but that drop triggers the White Herb to bring it back up to full stats. And Croc's, the funny arc set does its thing on stream, and Floette picks up the KO onto the Sinistcha. Means are we bringing back out the Basculegion, or are we going to save that for last to try and get full power out of the last respect? Yeah, we're bringing out the Archaludon. That Floette is in danger, though. But if you swap in the Basculegion, it's in danger, so... Okay, the Archaludon will go for the Protect here. Blocking the Draco Meteor from Croc's Archaludon. And that will be the Dazzling Gleam out of the Floette. Picking up the KO into the other Floette. And suddenly, this is 3-2, but the Tailwind is gone. And the Basculegion is coming back out. Okay, Floette will go for the Protect here, which will block the last respects from the Basculegion. And Aura Sphere coming out of the Archaludon into the other Archaludon. Will do a fair amount of damage, not quite full power. And the Dragon Pulse will pick up the KO, evening this game up 2-all. Mega Floette, and what's the last Pokemon in the back for Croc? It is the King Gambit. King Gambit's definitely threatening the Basculegion here. But that Basculegion's last respects is going to hit like a truck no matter who it hits. King Gambit goes for the Sucker Punch. OHKOing the Basculegion. That super effective hit with the black glasses is not to be disrespected. And that is a Moonblast going into the Archaludon, finishing it off. Meaning this tournament, in this final match, is going to Queer Crocodile 2-0. Excellent match, proving that your team's actually really good into the mirror match, too. Alright. That being said, there is but one matchup you're not confident in. Is it the Sand Corv? And you beat it 2-1 in top 4? Yeah. The one matchup you're not confident in, and you beat it anyway. Your funny arch set is mirror coat. Oh, okay. That definitely is the funny set. But yeah, we are going to bring this back up on screen right now. Croc's winning team. We already went over it earlier. How dare you have a funnier arc? Okay, so we are going to go ahead and finalize that. End the tournament. And because of that, we're going to switch this over to the final standings. You did return back Aura Sphere from Komodo. Yeah. Technically, Croc did the same thing. Dropped the Komodo, put Aura Sphere on the Urkaludon. But yeah. We have our top 8 for tonight's tournament. All the standings up to top 14 are currently visible on screen. Had a lot of really good matches on stream, a lot of really good runs. Dialga dropping in top 4, a little unfortunate. I mean, dropping in top 8, a little unfortunate. Once again, they had the run. I just wish I knew ahead of time, because then Sabo could have gotten brought into the top 8. Though we also had Cardox kind of decide at the... Yeah, but Cardox didn't drop. Cardox just kind of showed up for their top 8 match and decided that they didn't have time to play anymore. So, like Dialga dropped as I was hitting the button. Cardox waited a bit and just said, hey, I know I'm in top 8, you take the win. Last time you lost to Alt Kyle, the only time... Yeah. They wanted you to play Sand immediately. Yeah, Super Dialga just felt it in the air that they were going to go up against the team they hated playing most. And just didn't want to deal with it. Nope, bedtime. That, we're done. We're not doing anything else. Alright, well, that's going to be it for tonight. Wonderful set of matches going on here. I apparently forgot to post on Twitter that I had gone live. That's fine. Just gonna get rid of all of that. Pointless now. Anyways, let's double check. Yeah, that's kind of for everybody. Everybody hated dealing with that Sand team. It's like Dialga was complaining about it, Croc was complaining about it, and then and now you're complaining about it. Yeah, no, let's see here. Who do we want to raid off to tonight? We've got... Yes, there's that also. Oh yeah, Minzy's doing a subathon. Maybe we drop in on Minzy. That might be the play here. Though Chaos Akuma is also doing Alan Wake 2, so maybe that's an option. I definitely feel like dropping in on Minzy's subathon if she lets me. That is the question. Minzy has a habit of setting their raid settings so that people can't just raid in, because she's trying to block off hate raids. So if I can raid Minzy, I will raid Minzy. Raid is allowed. Yeah, two top cuts in a row for you in this tour. Yeah, exactly. You're playing really well. I will say, like, after watching you for like a couple of matches in a row there, yeah, no, that you were making some really good plays tonight. Anyways, that is going to be it for me. We are going to be raiding off to my friend Minzy, who is currently doing a subathon. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight. It has been fun as always. Slightly smaller tour, I'm sure, because of Mother's Day. But Wims has won 5 tournaments as champions with you. Yep. But yeah, we're going to go raid off to Minzy. Not sure what they're playing as part of their subathon at this exact moment, but they're doing an event. I'm supporting my friend. Anyways, thank you, everybody, for dropping in. We will maybe be doing this again next week. As always, whether or not I'm streaming the tournament is heavily dependent on whether my usual D&D group is actually playing or not. If it's not, I'm probably streaming Pokemon. If they are, I'm playing while I'm doing judge calls. Anyways, thank you all for coming out. I will see you again next week. I'm probably streaming again tomorrow night too. Maybe Halo. Depends heavily on Overkill. Thank you all very much. Peace.